Yes, sir. That's the man coming alongside this band called High Rise Gives You Live in the right here, I-94 Studios, yeah? Babylon come and light it up on fire, me shine. Summer ganja blunt time. Whole and a bit of ganja for my. These are gonna live for me, but the ganja. Babylon come and light it up on fire. Big sinking, they got a blood to the I think all of them are galleria. They never get them when they were taught in what. And when me did apply the fertilizer, out to the sky they must be seen fire. Then I'm a little human with the hot temper. So me dig on me stinking rocket launcher. And in all the head is Benzi illegal Tommy Chan. Summer ganja burn time. Pearl and a bit of ganja for my. These are gonna the air for me with the ganja. Babylon come and light it up on fire, me Chan. Summer ganja burn time. Whole and a bit of ganja for these are the air for me with the ganja. Babylon come and light it up on fire. You judge the place, I better know my good vibes, man. I don't shoot me on the other side of ganja in the land. Big doctors get no medication. I said the good I give it to them, see passion. Making me get no meditation. I said the good I brew the medication. Make singers get some inspiration. So the good I spread it to them sick patients, yeah. Yes, I'm a ganja blunt time. Hung and a bit of ganja for my. He's under the air from every ganja. Babylon come and light it up on fire, me child. Yes, I'm a ganja blunt time. Hung and a bit of ganja for my. He's under the air from every ganja. Babylon come and light it up on fire. And I be say ganja, 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 ganja. I don't want to call it, they call it science familia. I don't want to call it, they call it marijuana. I don't want to call it, they call it the Hindi. Gonna beg on my bonnet in a chalice and mash it a paper. Lord, it's a middle big and dirty. Yeah. Whoa, yeah. This kind of a chase. I really want so nice lamb sponge. I don't wanna let you go with you on me, no hurry. Oh no, this kind of a chase. I really want so nice lamb sponge. I don't wanna let you go with you on me, no hurry. They say spam 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 spam. Spam 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 spam. This is the reggae muffin from the ghetto you come. Anywhere me go, me say me must leave Mr. Marijuana. When they smoke downside to where I run. Just see how that them above all of me be one me say. This is the reggae muffin from the ghetto you come. Anywhere me go, me say me must leave Mr. Marijuana. When they smoke downside to where I run. Just see how that them above all of me be one me say. Spam 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 spam. A sexy bunky, me bunky, gonna make you say that you owe me, and then I'm a what I wanna say. Your man say, cause you know say that we feeling come one day. A sexy bunky. Me bunky gonna be think say that you owe me, and then I'm what I wanna say. Your man say, cause you know say that we feeling come one day, yeah. Cause me see the gun, me watch you every day. Yeah, and me know see that you won't come away. I'll say your man a day, but treat you like strange. Oh man, I know say that you should be with me, you know your man a pay. I'm a promise I'ma never make you wild. Anytime you want me, take you shopping at the mall. On time to me give me cellular because that's a man I can demand alongside I rise. A sexy punky, me punky, gonna be fixing that you owe me, and then no matter what your man say, your man say, cause I know say now feeling come one day. A sexy punky, me punky, gonna be fixing that you owe me, and then no matter what your man say, your man say, cause you know say now feeling come one day, yeah. Rastaman got him alongside this band called High Rise. Check it. I-94. Yes, I'm a ganja blunt eye. Hungry me da ganja fuma. These are gonna live for me with the ganja. Babylon come to light it up on fire, me chan. Yes, I'm a ganja blunt eye. Hungry me da ganja fuma. These are gonna live for me with the ganja. Babylon come to light it up on fire, me chan.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Go sinya uli di sombranza tanmak etzu ita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak esprezas durante todo mu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh, honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your uncle the gun move shake with no worry. And tomorrow we been doing it all over again. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh, honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your uncle the gun move shake with no worry. And tomorrow we be doing it all over again. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Sing, ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh honey, may I take a bite? This love story, let your uncle the gun move, shake when no worry. And tomorrow we be doing it all over again.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Hi, guys.
Good
morning.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
There were a couple things that happened overnight.
Oh, there was a few things that happened overnight. Yep.
That's putting it lightly.
Good morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, August 24th, 2021, 6:15. The link is in the house. Hi.
Good morning, everybody. Happy day.
Bananas of Zeus.
It's a lovely day outside so
It's
far.
a beautiful
Great
day.
shot, Joe, sir.
Yeah, good job, Joe, sir, behind the scenes. Of course, Jason Salas over here. Sabrina Salas Mantonani. My name is Chris. Good morning. Morning to our Facebook Live viewers. We're going on the KUAM TV at 8 o'clock. As there's always a lot. Miss a link, miss a lot. The governor's executive order was amended at... Was it last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. 9:30?
For 10 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So there was something that happened while you guys might have been sleeping, but they were up late yesterday, amending the governor's executive order, released last night at 9:30. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about that this morning. Hey, good morning, guys. Also, coming up on the show, well, we did put out the ask for the Chief of Staff of Adelup, Mr. John Jr. Calvo. He is the Chief of Staff of Adelup for the Governor of Guam. To come on this morning and kind of just react to a lot of this criticism. Because, you know, when you watch, like, the national news and there's something like this going on, they would always have either, like, the leader of the place, like the governor of the state, or if they can't make it, then it would be, like, their next highest person who, you know, anyway, so we're hoping he can come on and kind of just address this division that this executive order has caused in our community. Anybody, we'll take anybody at this point. 6:18, Tuesday, August 24th. So, yeah, that happened 9:30 last night. There was also a video that she put out. But she was dropping videos.
Mm-hmm.
There was a video that she put out at 9:30 last night. And so we're going to play that in the news. Yeah. Also coming up this morning, we got some senators. Yep. Acting Fire Chief Joey St. Nicholas, Guam Fire Department.
They are swamped from what we understand right
Yeah,
now.
Brian, that's something that I didn't really think about, but this is a surge, guys. We're in week 4 of this surge. There were 92 cases.
96, I believe.
No, 96 was from the
inclusive of
previous
yesterday.
check. And then, yeah, it took me a while to kind of...
Yeah, the way they're
understand that.
reporting these numbers is pretty different.
Yeah, it was total 188 for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, inclusive of the 96, I believe. So then it would be 92.
Right, so there were 92 cases
Something.
reported last night.
And, you know, I remember last year when things were at that point, you know, the scariest, and there were people that have lived on Guam their entire life. And I remember there was a gentleman that called our show, and he said he was like in his 50s. He goes, you know, like I was born, raised, I'm going to retire here, 671, that whole thing. And he goes, at that point, he goes, I've never heard the ambulance with the sirens on as many times as I have like in the last month. And it seems like we're back to that point again.
Yeah, and so Lillian was saying yesterday that they're still getting people who are going to the ER testing COVID positive, but then going home because maybe they're not sick enough to be hospitalized. Right? But when you think about it, if we're getting like 92 positives in a day, I mean, you know, then the fire department must be busy doing all the transports and stuff. So I heard yesterday that Public Health Lab is also overwhelmed with just testing supplies. And that is, to me, that's the one thing that they really got to work on, because if we're going to roll out this testing for the government employees if they don't want to be vaccinated, testing for the private sector if they don't want to be vaccinated, then it's got to be a way where you don't got to wait 5 hours in line, you know? I mean, we've been at this for over a year. So it just surprises me that we're still struggling, finding ways to make these opportunities accessible to the people. We'll talk about that coming up. But basically, the big changes in the EO were that
It's no longer you have to be fully vaccinated, but one shot.
yeah, which again, this to me, the logic in this, I don't get it, because if you're, now they're saying that if you go to eat, dine in, or go to the gym or whatever, you don't have to present your card anymore, which is why I didn't bring my card today. You can self-attest. So you can say, I am vaccinated, or they even lowered it now. So if you just received the first shot, you can go in and eat, and you just say, hey, I'm vaccinated, I had the first shot, or hey, I'm vaccinated, I had both shots. Or maybe it's like, hey, it's against my religion to be vaccinated. So they changed that, guys. But then it just leaves me wondering if the whole argument was about the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. I'm just going to say, then why did you lower the bar to allow people with the first shot in? Because they always say that once you get the first shot, you're only like 30 or 40, something like that, 40% protected. I'm opposed to this whole segregation of the vax, unvax, but I'm just saying if the argument was that unvaccinated people are the ones that need to be purged, then why would you lower the bar? And it just doesn't make sense for a lot of people. Anyway, it's 6:21. Are you ready?
Yeah.
We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. I'll tell you who's coming up on the show. But first, let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani, good morning.
Off today, everybody. Just before 10 p.m., Governor Lou Leon Guerrero not only issued what's being called a refined executive order, but also a special video message about the revisions made to her previous order. And apparently she's pretty much standing pat on her executive order, which is a restriction of movement for the unvaccinated. The main changes from Friday's EO are that unvaccinated employees who work at covered businesses will be allowed to enter their workplace with weekly negative COVID-19 tests. Customers of these businesses will be allowed to enter if they can show that they have at least one COVID vaccination, not necessarily full vaccination. The changes for customers take effect today at 8 o'clock in the morning. For employees, they take effect on September 6th. The governor also extended the public health emergency that was scheduled to end on August 31st to September 29th. Here's more from her special video message.
I have heard you and I am listening. As a result, I have amended my executive order. The amended executive order will include the following changes. For patrons of covered establishments, rather than require full vaccination, they must show proof of at least their first shot or provide a self-attestation that the individual has received at least one shot of a recommended series of the vaccine. A single shot of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine has been shown to be up to 80% effective against COVID-19 in real-world settings. But these studies are still in progress, and to give yourself the best chance against the virus, it is critical that you receive the full series of your chosen vaccination if you are able to do so. For employees of covered establishments, rather than require full vaccination or face termination, employees must either become fully vaccinated or submit to a COVID-19 test on a weekly basis. These tests will be available at our public testing sites at no expense to the employees. I want to reiterate that these requirements are specific to patrons and employees of covered establishments. These are places where mask wearing is compromised and not all establishments.
And major headlines as Pfizer's COVID vaccine is now fully approved by the FDA for use in people ages 16 and older. Femi Redwood has the latest.
Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine is the first to be fully approved by federal regulators. It will be marketed under the name Comirnaty. FDA officials hope the approval lifts public confidence in the vaccine among the unvaccinated.
The public can be confident that this vaccine meets the FDA's gold standards for safety, effectiveness, and manufacturing quality that we require for an approved product.
President Biden has a message for Americans who vowed to wait for full approval before getting inoculated.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. It's time for you to go get your vaccination and get it today.
Following approval, the Pentagon announced it will require members of the military to get the vaccine, and New York City's public school teachers and staffers must do so as well. Nationwide, just over half the U.S. population has gotten fully vaccinated, while the vaccines were under emergency use authorizations. But vaccination rates are going up again as unvaccinated patients infected with the Delta variant fills hospitals across the country. In Louisiana, the number of COVID deaths in that state jumped more than 300% since June. At Our Lady of Lourdes Regional Medical Center in Lafayette, every one of the 24 patients in the main ICU are COVID positive, including 24-year-old Kaylee Rowe, who was unvaccinated and pregnant. Doctors delivered her baby, but Rowe remains on a ventilator.
We booked a family vacation. We thought, like the rest of the world, this isn't that real of a virus.
And as more children head back into the classroom, a CBS News poll finds while the majority of parents support a mask requirement, they are split over vaccine requirements. It found 48% of parents think schools should require a vaccine, while 52% believe schools should not. Femi Redwood, CBS News, New York.
Here at home, the island recorded its 145th COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the death occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital on Sunday just after 6:30 p.m. The patient was an 88-year-old man with underlying health conditions and unvaccinated. The patient had tested positive for COVID on the 14th. As for hospitalizations, the census is now 24 COVID-19 patients at GMH and GRMC. Of that number, 20 patients are unvaccinated. 5 are receiving ICU level of care, and 1 patient is on a ventilator. As for test results, the JIC reports that Guam recorded 188 cases out of 2,678 tests performed between last Friday to Sunday. Now, these numbers include the 96 positive cases previously reported by the JIC over the weekend. To date, there have been a total of 9,486 officially reported cases of the virus. 682 cases are active, and 8,659 are recoveries. The CAR score has risen to 15.2. The Guam Department of Education also confirming 8 more students tested positive for COVID. The latest breakdown: Agania Heights Elementary, CL Taitsano Elementary, Juan M. Guerrero Elementary, Maritzo Martyrs Memorial Elementary, Inarajan Elementary, Untalan Middle School, John F. Kennedy High School, and Teedson High School. Since August 14th, a total of 42 GDOE students have tested positive for COVID. With more news, here's Isaiah Uggen.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggen with your headlines here on The Link. The chairman of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group says they've never recommended a vaccination mandate for private sector employees. On Friday, the governor announced an executive order which was described as a restriction of movement order. It prohibits the entry of unvaccinated patrons and employees into establishments with the net effect being the same as a vaccine mandate. Dr. Hoa Win says that part of the order should be rescinded.
I think that decision of mandate the employee of the business to be vaccinated, that should really need to be changed. I think that we have to respect people's choice of getting the vaccine or not getting the vaccine.
He believes the majority of the executive order should be revised in order to make it safe for the public, but also safe for businesses to stay open. Wynn says he didn't know about the vaccination mandate until he heard about it from the governor's press conference. An attempt to override the governor's veto of a bill that would require legislative approval to extend a public health emergency failed. The bid by Minority Leader Chris Duenas came up 2 votes short. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Senators briefly set aside budget deliberations to debate the override motion. Senator Dueñas's vetoed bill would have required the governor to seek legislative approval for any 30-day extension of a public health emergency. It was vetoed back in March, but Dueñas pushed for the override now, citing the public outcry over the governor's new vaccination mandate.
Madam Speaker, since Friday at 3 o'clock, our community has been deeply divided by the recent decision of our dear governor to issue an executive order mandating individuals to be fully vaccinated to participate and be patrons in our business community, to work in our business community, and this has been nothing less than caustic and divisive. I mean, we should have at least discussed this. And we would have done that. And we can do that if we override this bill and it becomes law.
Most of the other Republicans also spoke out for an override, but Democrat Clint Rigel pushed back.
The word vaccinate is not even in the bill. Not once. Nothing about the governor's executive order, nothing about the vaccination mandate, but that seems to be what everyone's arguing about here today. That's not what the bill does. What this bill does is it strips executive powers from the ability to declare public health emergencies. That's a power that was given to the executive branch by design, by the nature and the function of the three branches of government. The executive branch has to execute functions.
10 votes are needed to override. It failed, though, with just 8. The no votes included Rigel, Amanda Shelton, Jose Terlahi, Sabina Perez, and Republican Mary Torres. Vice Speaker Tina Barnes and Senator Joe San Agustin were absent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Highway Patrol is investigating a fatal head-on collision that occurred in Sanahaña near the Chalad Bridge on Sunday night. The crash involved a Toyota Highlander traveling north and Toyota Corolla heading south. The man driving the Corolla was transported to Naval Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. All 3 occupants of the Highlander were transported to GMH. Naval Hospital spokesperson Jacine Matsanani confirmed the victim as 18-year-old Jared Perez. GPD has confirmed that the 49-year-old female involved in the August 16th auto pedestrian incident had succumbed to her injuries on August 21st. As we reported, the crash occurred in the morning on Route 16 Army Drive in Harmon. She was pronounced deceased by Guam Regional Medical City physicians. This crash investigation remains open. The note read as follows: put the money in a bag. I am Rob your Rob. Just put until I walk out. Thank you. Vicente Guerrero Perez made his initial appearance in district court today for robbing approximately $1,500 from First Hawaiian Bank at Compadres Mall on Friday the 13th. Perez then walked over to King's Restaurant next door and ordered food. Investigators located Perez, who was checked into Guam Behavioral Health days later. Court documents stated he knew it was wrong to rob the bank. However, he wanted to be caught, and that was the reason he went next door to eat and wait for the police to arrive. However, when he felt the police were taking too long, he left. Perez's next hearing is set for September 3rd at 2 p.m. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Isaiah. Proof of COVID vaccination is now required to enter the Guam Veterans Cemetery. The Veterans Affairs Office announced the guidance in an email to stakeholders and the media. It says it is following public health guidance and the governor's executive order requiring the proof in order to attend funeral services, viewings, visitations, burials, and other funeral services. For those of you who lost your COVID vaccination card, you can request a replacement from Public Health. You can call the agency's immunization program at 735-7143 Monday through Friday between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or you can email Public Health at dphss.guam.gov. It will take about 5 business days for you to receive the card, which you will have to pick up in person. You can read the entire process on our website, of course, on our social media as well. Well, we continue with the series highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travels stamp. Today we feature Jamaican Grill restaurants.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Today, my name is Omar Naboul. I am the marketing guy for Jamaican Grill Restaurants. It's important for Jamaican Grill to take part of the Guam Safe Certified and the WTTC Travel Stamp. Mainly because it's a communication effort. It's a team effort, and we want to make it known to the world that we are part of this initiative to invite our tourism market back and to reassure them that they are safe when they visit our island and our restaurant. It means that Jamaican Grill wants to work with our government agency, which is the GVB, in their efforts to work with the WTTC. This is a team effort to stabilize or at least communicate well to our tourist market that Guam is ready and safe for our visitors to come to us and enjoy our island, enjoy our food, our restaurants, and come to Jamaican Grill. How can we make it a little safer for everybody? So we implemented what we call the Serious Car Service. It's our form of curbside pickup, where a customer would just stay in their car, stay on their phone, relax, and we'll come out and we'll take care of you. Stay in there, we take your payment, we bring your food out, and we tell you to have a great day. Well, this is the first step. The first step is to join with GVB and WTTC to get a Guam Safe Certified and World Travel Certified stamp. This stamp will let our tourists know, just by seeing it, that and recognizing that we are part of a system that is working towards our safety for everyone, our local guests and our tourism alike. We also are in plans of, we have our online ordering system, but we do have plans to have a contactless form of ordering. It'll be a digital dining, and guests can just come, sit down, open up their phone, scan our QR code, order everything, pay on your phone, and go off and enjoy the rest of their day on our beautiful island.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And with your news in Chamorro, here's Ken Conception.
Buenos updates to get sunto gifunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Aji chairman para Physicians Advisory Group asangan na siya mo rekomenda aji mandate de magahaga para binakuna para empleo ni private sector. Gibat ni sa anunsya gobyerno zone na din sa ketibo no make fumananan restriction of movement na odin. Ana probido empleados ni customer siya no fanhalom gimasya afan na sagan business sa zangin timan mabakuna. Parewa esti sa naji odanya ni tori tau fan mabakuna. Ilangnya si Dr. Ron Nguyen na debut na manyaw adyo na pati gi odanya gobyerno. Asangan mas na imadzod gi odanya gobyerno sa debut na mamenta para o seguridade publiko sa para seguridade business siya punofan mahutom. Ada masih Nguyen na tiatungo pada di vaccination mandate hasta que hungo gi zona press conference sa gobyerno. Mas asunto, isimite zoni veterano sa esta paguma necesita preba na mabakuna haw para masya hadzi ni para fakto guhin na lugar. Guam Veteran Cemetery sa nilulu ni Oficina ni Veterans Affairs. Matu adzo na notifika gin ni email sa cemetezo pre media na tori man ahalong gi cemetezo humana anok preba na esta man mabakuna. Maminsaw ilokoy gwi na email in mas nebo na inasgayon ni public health sigon ni odan eksekutibo gin ni gobyerno. Also na inasgayon sa lengya naman nesesita ipreban binakuna para todi para fan halom gwi sa pudentero iporo malii imatay para fan mambisita san hinafod san para masya hafa na siniseden sedbisyon entero. Mas talo, para hamso siya ni malingoy san miso vaccination card siya man requestahon nuebo gin ni Departamentong Salud san sedbisyon sosyal. Agang immunization program gwi hina ahensya. Gisati 35, 71, 43, lunes hasta viernes desde las 8 giegan hasta las 5 gipupuengi. but email publichealth@dphss.guam.gov. Kasi 5 días tinaka para resibi karmut, dyan necesita non hanog watuguhi para unsuli. Sinyong taytay taymano matsugwan este gitsun mami website padi medan syusyat. Mas artikulo, highway patrol sa memsitiga, adzi matuping kareta anu pininu unu gizasin hanya, gifyo ni tsaud na tolay gipangin domingo. Azo na crash ang bagong Toyota Highlander, ni umanano lagu, gi Route 4 na talan, so Toyota Corolla ni umanano haza. I-drive Corolla sa makoni para Naval Hospital sa mapronunsya na matay. Todi tres ni manistabay gi Highlander sa makoni para Guam Memorial na Hospital. Ilingi si Justine Matanani, spokesperson para Naval Hospital, na matay sa si Jared Perez, 18 anyos sa na edad. Yutumu para Pauga na Montes na asuntong sinut sa Morgan ni KUAM News, makonfirma ni GPD na matay aji 49 anyos na Palawan no tinepin yung kareta gidya 16 gi Agosto. No rin-report KUAM at susedi adzo na crash gi egaan gi Route 16 Army Drive na talan gita Harmon. Mapronunsya ni mediko ni Guam Regional Medical City na pininoy Palawan ni sinod niya gi adzo na crash. Dista Pauga may investiga adzo na disgrasya. Para Guam News Network, Guao Sikin Conception. Yasuto yung finutamuro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get
the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
9 FM.
Oh man, that is a good one. Whoever thought of that down at Adelup, you're going to get a $10,000 raise. So basically, the governor caved on her executive order because she saw her re-election chances get COVID. Her re-election got the Delta variant. Yep, with this latest executive order, right? Yeah, you got to watch out, Gov, that Delta variant. Oh, it's pretty contagious. Yeah, so her re-election chances got COVID. So now they changed the executive order. So this is the deal, guys. This is the deal. You no longer have to present proof of vaccination to dine in, to work out, to dance out, to go to the movies, to watch dolphins, to go on a booze cruise. Yeah.
What does it say?
So you just self-attest. So basically you show up and you say, I'm vaccinated or I received one shot. That's the other thing is they basically, whereas yesterday you had to be fully vaccinated to have fun. Today you only need just the one shot.
Well, one thing that I want to know, since I'm in charge of like all of our digital content, do I have to go on YouTube and delete yesterday's show?
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
So self-attestation that the individuals
You're funny,
received at least one shot of a recommended series of vaccination as provided in this memorandum. This is the public health guidelines that came out.
Yeah.
Such attestation may be acknowledged in a sign-in sheet, contact log, or other forms of written documentation provided by the covered establishment.
All right, so you got to sign in, and basically when you sign in, I wonder if you're swearing that you have at least one shot.
Yeah, it's a attestation.
Right. But
I have never heard that word before. By the way.
I think I signed the attestation when I came in the last time I went to Vegas. Because you remember you're supposed to have the WebIZ, laptops up at the airport. So for some reason, the computers weren't on or whatever.
But it's not
so
like
I had to sign a written paper attesting that I am fully vaccinated.
It's not like that Chamorro legal document, right? The affidavit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right on. Good. That was pretty good.
We'll put this on our social media and so everybody can kind of look at what this is.
But I'm just gonna say, like Friday, the unvaxxed were totally unclean and they were the scourge of the island. And so
we're
now
talking about 20% because we're at 78.8% fully vaccinated. That's including the 12 and up.
Right. But I'm just saying, like Friday, the unvaxxed were the scourge of the island, and it was a pandemic of the unvaxxed, and now we're lowering the bar, and allowing those with only one shot in. And those with only one shot are only 30% protected against the virus. My whole point is why did you go out on a limb and spit on the unvaxxed and then dial it back after the public outcry? Because it just makes your whole argument about the public health side of how this was supposed to stave off the high cases and the hospitalizations. It now just doesn't make any sense. But anyway, it is what it is. It's 6:49. Let's change pace a little bit, guys, because I feel like we're going to go hard COVID this morning. Hard COVID, hard executive order.
So are we downshifting or are we kicking in the nitrous oxide?
We're in this lane right now.
Coast on neutral.
Let's go, let's coast on neutral for a little bit and just kind of unplug from all the COVID, all the vax, the anti-vax.
Okay, wait, everybody do this thing. Okay. Ready? Come on, Bree.
I've got my diffuser over here.
Yeah. But I mean, one of the funny things about this, guys, is you see it kind of sounds like we're scrambling in here. That is because this executive order came out. What time you guys go to bed? I go to bed around 9:30, and this thing came out when I was going to bed. Okay?
I try to go to bed by around, depends, 8 or something like that, but
so this
I've been waiting. I wait for the JIC reports, and
Yeah.
they've been coming out later and later, so.
I don't know what you guys think about that, but to put this stuff out in the middle of the night, what are you even doing? What are you guys doing? This is how you do it. You put it out in the morning, and you go on all the talk shows, and you say, hey, the gov's got to come on because she's changing this thing. She's caving because her re-election chances got Delta variant. So now she needs to make everyone happy. That's how you do it. You come out in the morning, not in the middle of the night. Jesus. Comms 101, guys.
So much for coasting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's coast now, Jay. Now that I got it all worked up, let's hand it over to Jay.
All right. So
Jason Salas, ladies and
we're
gentlemen.
pushing down the clutch. We're shifting into neutral. And we are going to the KUM News Zoom room where a good friend of ours, Farron Tyron, is, a very, very smart person at KUM said a while ago that, seeing the world through the lens of a creative person is the most beautiful thing. And by a very smart person, I meant me. And by a very long time ago, I meant just now. So Farron is here, and Farron has a guest. And Farron, your latest video project, as it were, like a man and his camera can do very compelling things, as we've seen from you and everything. And you actually have a wonderful story to tell about something very, very valuable, it seems, that was lost. So who have you got?
Day. Good morning. Thanks for having me on again. I just want to introduce my friend Mike here, my kind of partner in crime of these extreme cleanups and other extreme activities we go to. Is my go-to guy here, drone pilot, and all around solid dude who can not just keep up with my weird things, but even I'll send him ahead of me to do some crazy stuff too because I know he can handle it.
Hey, Hoffaday, Mike. Good to have you on the show, man. Welcome to the Link family.
Yeah, you might recognize him from the obstacle courses. He you place usually, and then
top 10, top 5.
Trench Challenge Celebrity. Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, to the story. On a Friday, I saw on this Facebook group called Guam Lost and Found that somebody lost him and his fiance. They lost the engagement ring. And I was posted on a Friday afternoon. I found out later that they had lost it on a Tuesday. So it had already been in the water for a number of days. And not only that, but it fell off on a Tuesday. He said it was in about knee-deep water. He posted some pictures so you could kind of visualize where it was at in relation to the building. This was outside Hyatt. You could get some vectors if you're lining up trees with stuff from the picture to parts of the building and so on. And then on Friday afternoon, after he posted it, I was walking my dogs and I was scrolling through my Facebook as we do when we walk our dogs, right? Walk our dogs. I came across the post and I'm like, all right, I know who I'm going to call. So I call this guy. And I'm like, hey, dude, this guy lost his ring and there's a reward. Maybe we can use it to get some climbing gear or cleanup supplies. And you down to go try and find it? And he's like, yeah. And so we meet up the next day, which is a Saturday afternoon. And we arrive at the beach with 100% confidence that we were going to find it. After about 30 minutes, we completely lost that confidence.
Yeah, the ocean's kind of a big place.
It is, yeah. And then
so what kind of ring are we talking about, Farron and Mike? Because of course, since you said it's an engagement ring, obviously there's the sentimental value is immeasurable. It's off the charts and everything like that. But do you have any idea? And then of course engagement rings are meant to last and everything. But what kind of ring was this in terms of maybe the stone, or can you give us a little bit of context?
It had a nice big stone. The ring itself was almost two bands joining into one band on the underside of the ring, and it had diamonds lined on each of the two bands halfway down each side.
Wow. Was it gold, white gold? A lot of people go with the black thing these days, which is trendy.
Yeah, my ring is black.
Oh, nice.
It was I believe it was regular gold. I wasn't looking at it too keenly. We were kind of just high on the fact that we actually found it. I know how much it's worth. I don't know if it's impolite to say its value.
Well, it's obviously it's very. I mean, an engagement ring and everything like that. You spare no expense when you give it to the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous ring. Man.
Well, we got your video. Can we play this, and can we actually show some of the images you captured? All right, guys. Here is Farron and Mike with their adventure to make one couple's year about a lost ring.
Looks like Chelo here lost his ring. Let's see what we can do. All right, we were searching for a while. We got a lot of false positives, some kind of metal, bottle caps, pull tabs, there's a screw, frickin' battery, little lead sinker, whatever this mystery object is, and the ring! It's found right about there. Hey, thanks Joe Guam for playing us the music while we're looking for the ring. Particular set of skills. See you soon.
We're just free divers. Oh, dude, that's it. Yo, you in fucking house, bro. God, dude. I can't believe that. There you go, bro. Thank you. Hey, what do you want to drink?
Okay, that is absolutely. I'm searching for the right word to come. Miraculous, crazy, benevolent, generous. That's just At the same time, I'm absolutely not surprised at all, because that's just the Guamanian spirit. We see one of our neighbors, one of our brothers or sisters down and in need. We do everything we can to to make it right. I mean, guys, when I was young, I'm old enough to remember when we had those metal detectors and everything like that. I actually asked my daddy if we could spend money on one of those, and I swear I was on the beach for 2-3 hours. I didn't find anything except some rusted cans. You guys went into the Pacific Ocean and recovered this ring. I can't even imagine the probability of that happening.
Yeah, well, the water is it was about that deep. We searched until about this deep, but we found it about that deep. And he's got metal detectors too, so it's not like we were just feeling around, we were definitely feeling around with our hands, but when we would get hits from these metal detectors.
Now, Mike, what was your first feeling when you actually came on it? What was the first thing that went through your mind, and what was your emotion?
Man, so Farron, he just started yelling, and I'm like, oh, he's just yelling like how he always does, he's messing around. And then I looked, and then I didn't believe it until I walked up to him and he showed me the ring on his finger, and I'm like, wow, you actually really found it. You're not joking. So I was very surprised.
Okay, and obviously Ron, in your video and everything like that, what did he say to you guys? I'm sure he said thank you a cajillion times over. But...
Yeah, he just bear hugged me. He said some other things that aren't appropriate for TV or radio.
I would too.
But it was extremely happy. I actually just totally by chance, I bumped into him yesterday. He was coming off the dive boat, and that was going on, and I came over and said hi. I know his fiance is in the Navy, and I think she was deployed on his ship or something, and they just generally have horrible internet. And he said he finally caught up with her, at some point between then and yesterday, and he said they were FaceTime and she was just weeping.
That was going to be my question. Like, what did the missus have to say about it and everything like that? But I mean, that that's the power of social networking. Again, it's what it means to be like a member of our community and everything. So you guys do this. This is just like a Friday for you guys, right? Like, hey, somebody needs help. Let's go do something. I can make a cool video. I'm in. No, it doesn't have to be, oh, I've got time in my schedule. How much are we gonna get paid out of this and everything like that? You guys are just doing what you do. So, what messages or what inspirational words of wisdom would you like to pass on to other people about just what it means to have that spirit in you, where it's just it's just reactionary at this point. It's instinctive. Someone needs help, you jump right in.
Like, if we want to go back to like the old Spider-Man movies, when the uncle is talking to like Spider-Man, he's like, great power comes great responsibility.
Yep.
We're nowhere near that. If you have any power to do any sort of good and it's anything you care about, just go for it.
But you know what? You guys are both superheroes to Ron and his lovely fiance and everything. By the way, that phrase actually goes a little bit further back than just Spider-Man. That's actually Machiavelli. So it goes. That's before your time. That's way before my time too, and everything. But we'll give you guys like the parting shot and everything like that. Any final thoughts on your latest adventure and just what this means to the craziness and the awesomeness that is you guys documenting what you do.
Anything you want to say?
No, we just do this for fun, and we just try to spread good vibes and good, help people out whenever we can.
Well, Farron, you were nice enough to pass along, like the Spider-Man quote. So I got another one: is pay it forward. If you guys are watching this right now and you think, first of all, hit us up with the emojis. Let Farron and Mike know. Follow them on Instagram, _Guam_guy. That's Farron. And Mike, what's your Instagram?
My Instagram is Mike_LaFlecha. LAFLECHA.
All right, so let him know you liked it on the link, everybody, and pay it forward. Like, if you're inspired by these guys, do something really, really nice for someone else. That is the greatest tribute you can give both of these guys. So, boys, thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You guys are superheroes. All right, guys, have a good one, and please stay tuned because the link will continue with more news that you can use right after this.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Summer nights, drinking wine by the fire, catching on. No, you're looking good. Wish I could tell you I was yours, but I get high every night when I'm all alone.
Hey, good morning. Morning, guys.
Still blown away that they found the ring.
Yeah,
I mean,
cool.
I'm totally cool.
E for effort.
Yeah.
Yep. That happened to me one time. It wasn't a ring, though. I went snorkeling with Maria at PD Bomb Holes, and she left the GoPro in the water.
Well, that was just a few months ago, right?
Yeah, so we went all the way to her place, and I was like, oh, my God, the GoPro. I was like, I got this.
And how many times did you say the rosary on the way back to PD Bomb Holes about, please?
I was like, dude, I better got this. Oh, my God.
So you prayed to St. Anthony, the patron saint of lost things?
Lost GoPros, the patron saint of lost GoPros. And so I went in and I kind of like calculated where we were walking out of the PD Bomb Holes and where it could have went. And I totally lucked out. And it was just sitting, and it was on the stick. So it's like it was standing up and just going like this in the water with the grass. So there you go.
Wow.
Yep. If at first you don't succeed, try again, guys. It's 7:07, Tuesday, August 24th. Good morning. This is The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Coming up, a bunch of senators. We'll also hear from the Guam Chamber of Commerce as the governor late last night. Well, 9:30. 9:30 is late to me. Is 9:30 late to you guys? It's definitely not business hours, that's for sure. So late last night, the governor, through her Facebook page, so it was a Facebook video, she announced that she was amending her executive order. And the changes that she made were for the private sector. There's no longer a vaccine mandate. Well, there's still a vaccine mandate in place. There's a vaccine mandate in place for Government of Guam executive branch employees. And there's still a vaccine mandate in place for the private sector because the governor has the authority, according to her and the Organic Act. She has the authority to tell a private business to vaccinate their staff. But what she changed was that if for whatever reason these private sector employees are not going to get fully vaccinated, they're allowed to take a test every week, which will be paid for by GovGuam through the public health testing sites. Some of the concerns that we heard about that were, as if you've ever lined up at the Government of Guam public health testing site, then you probably lined up for a few hours because this crazy backlog, there's a line, it's crazy.
And we were actually hearing last week that, remember that one day when, you know, the number of people getting tested for a few days was consistently in the 800s, almost 1,000, and then one day it just like plummeted. And we asked some of the doctors why, and they said it's because some people got a little tired of waiting and everything like that, and just bailed.
Yeah, so that's the challenge, is like, how do we make testing not just accessible, guys, but convenient for everybody, right? So that was the one of the big changes. the other big change is on this whole proof of vaccination thing. They're kind of, they have changed that. Well, I'll just say that. They've changed it so that now, instead of having to present your vaccination card at whatever establishment, you just have to self-attest. So you basically sign and say, yeah, I'm Chris, I'm vaccinated. And then also, whereas yesterday you had to be fully vaccinated to enjoy life, today you only need the first shot. Okay, so if you have the first shot, you can go to dine-in, you can go to the movie theaters, you can go to the food court. Although I know someone who went to the food court and they weren't checking the vax cards, which is interesting. I got a sandwich yesterday at a sandwich place, and I also came in and I just stood at the door because, I don't want to get a ticket. I mean, I don't care what they say about the enforcement. I'm trying to be a law-abiding citizen. So I stood there and the lady was like, yes. And I was like, what, you're not going to check my card? And she was like, oh, no, sir, it's for takeout because it's a sandwich place. You go in, you get your sandwich, and you go. And she was like, yeah, from our understanding, we don't have to check because it's takeout. So I was like, okay, well, here anyway, because I brought it with me. I just want to show it to you because I got it laminated, which is against the law, apparently.
I was going to say, I'm on the phone right now with the Nobel Committee for your prize. Would you prefer Chris Barnett or Christopher Barnett?
Yeah, so that's what it is now. Okay. Jake, can you tell him who's coming on the show?
Yeah, so big packed show today. Our buddy Sean Gumatata, a member of the Link family, long time anchorman, sportscaster, covered a variety of things. Also, director of communications under the Governor Felix Camacho administration, and now a teacher of young minds as a communications professor over at UOG. He's standing by in the Zoom room right now. We've got the senators coming up in about 15 minutes. We have scheduled to appear Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Chris Duenas, and Senator Tony Atta with what I'm sure are going to be some very wide-ranging and undoubtedly strong opinions about the new restrictions and how that whole thing's played out. And then we told you that the Guam Chamber of Commerce late yesterday put out an official statement saying
they're coming on.
Saying they are severely concerned because with some employees not wanting to show up, they're looking at possible layoffs. So Christine's going to come on and wait.
But now what's going to happen today, Jay, is everyone is kind of reconfiguring their opinion because of this refined executive order. That, I got to say, is some brilliant spin. Because everyone knows the governor messed up with this executive order, but you can't be like, we messed up, here's our redo. You can't. That just doesn't fly. It doesn't have that je ne sais quoi.
Well, let's ask Sean. Sean, with all those years that you were working for Governor Camacho, good morning, by the way, brother.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever issue like an executive order and then have to, amend it, roll it back, say we're modifying it anyway? And how did you approach like the whole messaging of that so it would hopefully still instill confidence in the community?
Did you call it refined?
Well, first off, I will say that on executive orders, they were we had to put a lot of time into making sure that what we were about to, or the governor was about to sign, was really going to be the full direction of the government of Guam. Now, in fairness, in these very extraordinary times, the complexity of issues such as the pandemic, I think we've seen probably more executive orders signed at any time in the history of Guam. So I think that we have to just kind of appreciate just how much, how many have been signed. But also, before you roll out, before you go forward, the best thing that the team at Adelup was probably doing, I had a chance to read some of it, especially some of the U.S. EEOC references, Supreme Court references. It was well thought, but again, it goes back to when you're executing it, it's making sure you really want to have exactly your direction in that document when you put your the pen to the paper, so to speak.
That's not what's happening.
And so, in all fairness, it really had to be really well thought before rolling out.
Yeah, in terms of volume, just because Sean brought it up, I'm looking at the number right now, and this the executive order that came out yesterday is Executive Order 2021-20.
Yeah, so it's the 20th one of this year.
Right.
Sean,
So in terms of volume, that is substantial.
there's a lot. And we're gonna kind of get back to Sean and that thought, but we did have a caller with some questions on the line. Good morning, welcome to the Link.
Good morning. I have a question. So, what if my, most of my family members are vaccinated, but my youngest isn't because of his age. Are we still able to dine out because maybe his birthday is coming up? Are we still able to dine out, or does he need to get vaccinated? But even though he's still not at the age to get vaccinated yet.
How old is the child?
He's 9 years old.
Oh. So he's nowhere near the 12-year-old.
Right.
Yeah. That is a interesting question that I don't... Does anyone out there know the answer to that one? Because I don't.
No.
Yeah, crickets. I think you got to leave him in the car, but, crack the window a little bit. No, it's okay, the gov said, because it's separating the families.
Yeah, but it's his birthday.
Yeah, well, you can bring the cake out to the car. Hello.
Okay. All right.
We'll get an answer for you, sir, but, it would be nice if they thought of these things beforehand, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. But what did you make of the new changes? So now the change is that you can just go to the restaurant or wherever and you can say, hey, I'm vaccinated, or hey, I got my first shot, and then you can dine in now.
Well, I'm okay with that. I took a picture of my vaccination card. I mean, do we really have to have it on hand, or
No, you don't.
Yeah.
It's honor system.
Yeah, hey, sir. Sir. Sabrina is actually dropping her boy at school right now, but she actually jumps in our WhatsApp group chat and she goes, "Yes, he can go."
Yes, the child is allowed.
Okay, that's cool.
Sir, the child is allowed. Let the child eat. Let the child eat. Thank you, Governor Lou. Thank you so much.
All right, you guys.
Thank you, Governor Lou. Thank you for letting our children eat with us. Thank you. Oh, so grateful for that. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Right on. Let's just hear the link. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
One more question. Since now that we
Can you turn down your radio? Because I know you like hearing me loud. I appreciate that, though. Yeah.
Okay, now that the thing is out, if we only get one shot, are we allowed now to fly out like on vacation with that one shot or no?
Oh, that's a good one because you need to prove vaccination to come in.
Yeah, right.
Right? Oh, that's a good question.
We still have the CDC.
Everyone's listening because my phone is blowing up. So, Dr. Hoa, anybody? This is the question. So now that they're letting the partially vaccinated dine in, can the partially vaccinated, when they return to Guam, what is it if you're vaxxed, you just go home? If you're fully vaxxed, you go home. So what if you only got the one shot? Because we're allowing the one-shotters to go eat in the movie theater and to go to the restaurant, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Anybody? Guadeloupe? No, they don't. Crickets. Anybody?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find out for you, sir. We'll get the answer.
You know what? We are going to find out if it's the last thing I do. I ain't going to die for the answer or anything, but I'm going to try very hard.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so what did you make, though, of this whole, they come out with something Friday, and then they come out with something in the middle of the night, and it changes everything, and...
I don't know. It's kind of throwing us off. I'm getting confused.
Yeah. Isn't that unfortunate that Adeloop's communications failure is making you confused? That's, to me, the biggest problem I have, is they have no idea how much their cluelessness affects people out here in their day-to-day lives. It's very sad. I'm getting kind of emotional because they fail at their job in communicating the messaging that we need to hear, and it means people out there are running around, they're confused, they're anxious, they don't know what is going on, all because they don't have their crap together at Adeloop to put out a message in a timely manner that's effective.
I don't know. Maybe Lou just wanted to show like she has the power to do it, but kind of failed on her. So
Right.
she's trying to make it up and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
Flex and then unflex.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. Okay. We'll take one more call here. Good morning, The Link.
Good morning.
You have a question, sir? My name is Chris.
Yeah, just a question and more like a concern
Okay.
about the unvaccinated. They're not allowed anywhere like completely. They have to take
No. Sorry, sir. They changed it.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. This is the new change, all right? That happened last night. What time did you go to bed last night?
Man, I would say probably like midnight.
Midnight. Oh, so you're up with the governor. The governor was up at like 10 last night shooting out executive orders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She normally works the banker's hours, but I guess last night they're like, man, Auntie Lou, you got to do something because the people are mad. So the new thing now is that you have to self-attest. So if you go to eat at, King's or somewhere,
Mhm.
you have to hold up your right hand and you have to say, I swear. No, you sign a paper and you say, yeah, I've got at least the first shot. So you need at least the first shot. Have you had any of the jabs?
Well, I mean, the thing is, that's the thing. I'm kind of sketched out to take the test. I mean, the shot.
Right. So then you have to eat in the back and wash the dishes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's still no change. So if you're totally unvaccinated, then good luck. And you're not in, you're out.
All right, thanks for that.
Sorry, man. Hey, I'm sorry, dude. I feel for you,
Hey,
bro. It's not right.
that's
It's not
no
right.
problem. Yeah,
When's the last time you ate out?
I would say probably like maybe last month.
Right. So you can do takeout, though, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm more concerned about like heading into like, for example, the mall to make payments at like IT&E.
Right. So,
They won't allow me completely.
well, what they had said in the guidance was that they were not allowing you into the food court because you removed the mask and you eat. But yesterday, my friend went to the food court and she just waltzed right in. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But
So
but again,
for
sir,
the-
that where they're really like keying in on purging the unvaccinated is where you remove the mask and you eat and stuff. But that I mean, if you got the first shot though, you're cool because you're 30% better than the guy who has no shot.
Right, 0%.
Does it make sense to you really? Because we're trying to prevent the spread of COVID, but I'm not sure if this does that.
Right. So that's where I'm also like confused as to why I need to take the shot if I'm still gonna catch it either way.
I feel you, sir. I'm vaccinated, totally vaccinated, but I don't think you got to be forced into taking it. And even if you don't want to take it, for me, that's a good enough reason. You just, be safe, dude. Don't be crazy out here running around spitting on people. Just wear your mask and, do what you got to do, right?
Right. So also with that, it's just also about my job. That's why they're also questioning me if I'm going to take the vaccination or not.
Can you tell us what type of business you work for?
Rent-a-car service.
Okay. So what do they say? Like you have to take the shot or?
No, I mean, they're just more concerned about me if I took the shot yet. So I don't know how to explain to them that I can't really, because I'm not too 100% sure on this.
Yeah. Well, it was FDA approved this morning, so you can't use the argument that it's an experimental
Right.
shot anymore. But what you can say is that you have religious reasons for not wanting to take it.
Okay.
And the private employer, because we had a human resources lawyer on a couple weeks ago, because we thought about this. We think about these things on the link. How is this going to affect the little guy who's working hard, renting cars to people?
Right.
And so that was the answer from the human resources attorney, Mike Pangolina, and he said that if you say that you have religious reasons and your employer is just supposed to be like, okay, they're not supposed to interrogate you and be like, wait, I never seen you at Mass.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you good?
They're going to check how much you dropped in the collection plate.
Are you feeling okay, man? I know it's a confusing time for so many of us.
Yeah, so it's just, I'm just trying to get by. Trying not to catch it as well.
Well, be safe, all right?
All right, thanks for
Appreciate it, man.
that. Okay.
There you go. We're going to take a quick break in just a sec. But, Sean, just going back to this communications thing.
Right.
You heard the guy, and he's just one guy on the phone. There's many people out there who aren't calling, who are busy taking their kids to school, who just really, it's like tug of war. We're getting pulled this way. We're getting pulled that way. Oh, 9:30. No, we're going to change it. Oh, here's an Instagram video. Oh, here, you know what I mean? There's just no consistent, effective messaging. Like, I don't even know what is the message from Adelup. What's the message? Because Friday it was the unvaccinated need to be purged. Now today it's like...
that's a tough answer. I think those callers are a perfect example of when, as we think about this as the consumers of the information, the general public, when we're waiting and looking for guidance, and that information comes and it might not be so great, that this is the kind of reaction you'll get. Those three callers reflect the greater community. I'm hoping that Adelup's listening this morning and they're monitoring what's happening on KOAM. When we think about all of the partners, they're reaching all 160,000 people. It's a safe bet that most people are listening, reading, or taking in all of the media for the most part. And you're helping them set an agenda to get this word out, whether it's vaccination, whether it's mask up, whether it's be nice to people. That is the kind of how you all or the media works with our leaders to get that word out. When that message is a bit garbled or there's some problems in that message, that's when the problems begin for all of our people who are just trying to scratch out a living. Maybe they're trying to take their kids to school, as you say. They're just trying to do what's right. And this is challenging times already. Pile on the messaging, and it becomes even more challenging for everyone as they're going about their daily lives.
Yeah, and I don't think they get it, that they don't understand the impact. I mean, it's not just like you put on a nice outfit and you go to Adelup and you look sharp and, you open the door for the governor. That's not really what it's about. It's about these people who are calling in who are totally confused, who are anxious, who are fearful, who are angry, all because they don't know what the message is. They don't know the information. And so we're doing our part in here. Right. But I mean, when we got to untangle everything, it's a little frustrating.
No, it is frustrating. I think that is, for the most part, for all of us, we said at the very beginning of your containing COVID, it's reassuring and realistic must be the direction, and all of our leaders, not just the governor of Guam, but all of across our government, our civic leaders. The person talked about trying to fly. I mean, I just came off a United Airlines flight. There's a lot of information being disseminated by these large corporations who engage people. So it's not just our government leaders, but it's everyone who's involved in trying to provide some level of service or something to our community, especially as they're just trying to live their lives during these extraordinary times.
Thank you, Sean Gumatauta. We're going to get him on later in the week. I know there's probably a new episode of That's It, That's All, but always just so grateful for any time you can spend with us.
I think, Chris, that the episode this week is going to be just about this topic, I believe, and that's where I'm heading, I believe.
Nice. So jump on later, and we'll get into it.
For sure.
Yeah, looking forward to that one, then.
Sean Gumatauta.
All right, guys. Listen, you guys have a great day. Everybody have a great morning as you're listening, and watch the roads.
There you go. At 7:27, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back. Oh, also to our friend who called in that works at the rental car place, if you don't want to get vaccinated, then the refined executive order allows you to be tested once a week instead. So that's the deal. And you would get tested over at the public health testing site, which I believe is in TGen. But that's something they really got to work on, because if we're migrating all these private sector employees and the GovGuam employees as well, if they don't want to adhere to the vaccine mandate, then they go line up at public health testing. But we're seeing 50, 100 cars deep of a line. So they've also got to figure that part. I just want to key in on what Sean said, and it's unfortunate because we're in a rapidly evolving situation. Everyone knows that. But it just seems like they wake up in the morning and I'm going to put out an executive order. Okay, go put that out. Oh, damn, there's problems with that. Okay, give it back. Let's go refine it. Okay, go put it out again. You know what I mean? Like, you would think that if you're going to come out with these huge policies that you plan ahead and you know. But here we are, and it is what it is basically what it is. It's Tuesday, August 24th. We're coming back with some senators in the Guam legislature. Again, the big changes to the refined executive order, which came out at 9:30 last night. The governor also shot out a Facebook message. And the new deal is that you no longer have to present proof of vaccination, that you can self-attest that you have at least received one shot of any of the vaccines. So if you have one shot in you, you can go and you can enjoy the freedoms that living under this great democracy, unless you're unvaccinated, have to offer. Right? So that's the deal. You sign in at whatever restaurant you have. Also, private sector employees, if you don't want to get vaccinated, whatever your reason is, then you have to be taking a weekly test, just like the GovGuam employees. All right? So those are the big changes, pretty much. If there's more, we'll get into it with Sabrina when she gets back. It's 7:28, though, so we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with, first we'll get Senator Sabina Perez, and then we're going to get a couple of the Republicans, Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas, and also Senator Tony Atta, who came out with a press release yesterday that said the governor's EO has to be rescinded. Well, it wasn't rescinded, but it was refined, okay, because they had to redo it. And so we're just going to reiterate the changes in the refined executive order all morning so that you can really get it, all right? Because as you heard, the callers are reconfused by this reissuing of this refined executive order. The link continues next. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Lo tiêu hong gi chelu na pon na puti du na pogu ni kwa hu ga gi ma ga gi fion mu apu ma gi ga pa ga ta du sangon ni histura ta ho gu za Sabi sangon ni histura sahogu dahu Ai sinati unhongi nai kura sonhuku makati ai putogu ai lohogu itelu ai magoi tin hasu na putogu tu na neni na mafatu lòng na koru gi jagwahu jan magoi na ti jamu ja be hona jani na nu na junu apu magi ga paga ja be sangan ni suram sahabu jamu
There was a guy who called in about the travel, right? So Sabrina texted me, if you have a negative test, you're not fully vaxxed, and then it's home quarantine. So if you're only partially vaxxed, I mean, why bother? Just get the negative test. But I wonder, because all these things, they should move in concert so that people aren't out here like, well, that doesn't make sense and it doesn't make sense. How come the private sector got to jump over the hoop and bend over backwards, but the public has just got to do nothing? But yeah, so we'll figure it out. But you're right, sir, you had a good point. If we're allowing the half-vax to dine in and everything, then should we also allow the half-vax to just walk after they arrive, right? And not have to go to home quarantine. It's interesting. And it's all just developing this morning as we got word late last night about these huge changes to the governor's executive order. They're calling it a refined executive order. That's what I really like that. I'm never going to make a mistake again in my life. I'm only going to make refinements. Sir, how's that sound?
Good luck with that, taking that to the judge.
Father, I'm here to confess my refinements.
Yeah. The judge or the priest?
Your Honor, it's refined, okay?
Yeah. Your judge, your priest, your landlord, your significant other's parents.
But I mean, it's rapidly evolving, guys. And, but to me, it's like I can understand it because in the governor's video, she said that the people spoke and she's listening to us. But what about all that stuff you said about the unvaccinated and how they were the biggest threat and how this was a pandemic of the unvaccinated and now it's not because you couldn't take the pressure? Now we're just going to allow the people with the one shot. And I'm just the messenger, guys. I'm just trying to make sense of this. But it doesn't make sense to me. Because if you went and you wanted to cast out the unvaccinated who are at 0%, and now we're lowering the bar because if you have the one shot, I believe it's like 30% or something. So like 30% that's good enough. We're okay. Well, we'll figure it out. And we're going to get Dr. Cabrera tomorrow. I was asking him today, but I said, do you think it's better to come on tomorrow after the dust settles? Because there's a lot of confusion. And so, yeah, we'll let the dust settle from this. And then tomorrow, when we have all our 5 million questions in a row, we'll bring on Doc and maybe someone else from Public Health to kind of explain it. But we'll switch gears just a little bit here, 7:35, and bring in Senator Sabina Perez. Senator, I know that the legislature was hotly debating the emergency declaration bill. Is it Bill 11, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and so there was override attempt. Did they attempt to override it?
Yes, they did. It didn't get the 10 votes that it needed. So I did not support it for the reasons that. So I consistently did not support it because of the perhaps unintended consequences of terminating a pandemic or a public health emergency in the midst of a public health emergency. And some of the consequences could be, being disallowed to avail ourselves of some pretty important federal aid, such as the ARP funds and any other kind of funds that really kept us afloat during this pandemic. I think too, one of the principal reason that I didn't support it is I think the legislature is not the right place when it comes to determining whether there is a public health emergency. You have 15 different voices, 15 ways of interpreting information. We're a deliberative body. We can't act as quickly in response. So those are the reasons why I didn't support it. I think I do support, though, there are other ways to achieve accountability and transparency. I'm willing to work and find other measures to do so. I think, but this particular measure can have a certain, negative consequence, which I wasn't
I get it.
to proceed with.
Right. But the reason why I think it was hotly debated is because although I understand where you're coming from and that, this is what I call, it's a public health emergency with a little asterisk because it ebbs and it flows, right? Because the nature of this virus, it's like you beat it down and then it burns again, and then you got to beat it down and it burns again. So I get that we are in an emergency, although to a lot of people, sometimes it doesn't seem like an emergency because of what this government is doing. And this is what I think galvanized a lot of these opposition voices about this bill is because there's a story I did. We're in this public health emergency, and this administration does things under this emergency that they're allowed to do, like buying golf carts. Like, how's that an emergency? You know what I mean? So when they do things like they buy golf carts and they say it's an emergency when it's totally not, that just leads the public to believe, and the senators, it gives them the ammo to say, like, well, is this really an emergency? And it is an emergency, but because they're abusing the emergency authority they have, it leads to like a lack of credibility. So I know you saw that story, and you are the procurement chair, and we didn't get a comment from you about it. What was your comment?
Yeah, so I think it could potentially be non-compliant with emergency procurement. First of all, I don't think it's an emergency. I don't see how it's an emergency without seeing the justification for golf carts. Seriously, do we need golf carts at this point? I don't see that it's an emergency, or I don't have the evidence to know that it's an emergency without the justification. And mind you that we did pass emergency procurement reform into law requiring this justification. That was one thing that is, I guess, perhaps non-compliance. The other thing is the way it was changed last minute. The rules and regulations require that any amendments, that all bidders be given reasonable time to adjust to their bids. So really the proper way to have done this is to withdraw. If they had to make this last minute change, they should have withdrawn the bid, the solicitation, and resubmit it to allow for all bidders to have equal and fair competition. And that's really what, I think ultimately it goes against the spirit of principle of procurement law, that it should allow for equal opportunity and competition amongst all vendors. So yeah, there's definitely problems with this. And, I think, with the law that was passed with reform of emergency procurement, one of the wording is that, if there is a means to, or if there's an opportunity to bid, to create a solicitation that's more competitive, that should be used instead of emergency procurement. So, this is an improper use. I am really, it's unfortunate that this had to happen. It doesn't look right.
Yeah. Well, the appeal is underway, and I believe the next hearing's on September 16th. But just one of the things I noticed was, what was the governor's office doing procuring golf carts? I mean, they can't even give information out here, and they're too busy buying golf carts. They don't have the procuring authority, or do they?
No, it's GSA. GSA has a procurement authority. So yeah, it's never been delegated to the governor's office. They can put in a request. They can purchase small purchases, but even when it comes to larger purchases, it has to go through GSA. So that is another issue that needs to be resolved. But going back to the the pandemic, I think if I can give more of a biological perspective, right? We're in a co-evolutionary race with the virus, and it's people thought that we achieved herd immunity with 80%, right. And seeing that the numbers are rising, it's apparent that we're not. And I think if I could, that's what it seems like what the governor is doing, is that she's trying to reach that herd immunity with increased vaccinations. But I think, whatever policies that come out of whether it's the governor's office or the legislature, that, it should be based on science. And I think, as far as trying to prevent trying to prevent the spread through herd immunity, I think we're seeing that we need to achieve a higher amount of the population to have a greater vaccination to protect the community. And in addition to integrating it with those that are traveling, to ensure that those that are coming in, they're also equally vaccinated. So I think ultimately it's about, fighting this race with the virus. And, people thought, when you get vaccinated, one and done. But biologically speaking, it's going to be a continual adjustment to this virus.
So it sounds like you support the governor's EO.
Well, I think the spirit of it is, well, of course we have to hear what Dr. Cabrera is going to say. Yeah. But in my interpretation, that herd immunity is what's trying to be achieved. Yeah. And I think the information just needs to be put out there a little bit more. Otherwise, I think the repercussions would be more, greater burdens on our healthcare facilities, and which I think, what we all want to try to avoid.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, of course, I get what you're saying about the intent, right? But what's that about good intentions? Yeah. But I just feel like the trouble spots that we're seeing with the bars, the social gatherings, I don't think that this executive order addresses that. And I'm not sure if it addresses the transmission if, again, the vax and the unvax are passing around COVID like a joint at a Cheech and Chong party.
Yeah, I agree. It has to be consistent. There has to be consistency. If we're talking about herd immunity, there has to be a greater conversation. I think for a while, the first phase of the pandemic, a lot of the senators were briefed regularly. During this second phase, we were not part of these conversations, so I can't say what were the decision, how was the decision made. But I think, ultimately what I see is that the herd immunity is what we're trying to achieve. That's what I see. And I think, basically more information has to be put out there, and the rationale. Again, it has to be based on the science of it, and it has to be consistent too.
So our hospital census now, it's 20 unvaccinated, 5. Wait, what's this? I can't read this. We'll figure it out. The CAR score is 15.2.
And like I said, it's going to be continual race. I mean, viruses can mutate quite quickly. And I think, human beings, although we think ourselves as the top of the food chain, we have nothing compared to viruses. They've outlived human beings. If you look at the time scale.
Yeah. So I got it.
We have our limitations.
What did you call it? Biological?
Coevolutionary race. We're a coevolutionary race with perhaps one of the longest living, people don't even classify it as a living thing. Yeah. But it's going to be, it's not in our favor.
Right.
I think
the odds. When you look at the odds in Vegas, it doesn't look good. Right. Okay, Senator,
I did want to ask, because we do have, I think, Senator Addo, so either one of you,
let's get Senator Addo on.
Yeah, we keep hearing from businesses regarding the latest executive order and not yet about the refined executive order, because that came out late last night. But for example, Mescla, they posted on their social media regarding the executive order, really upset about it. Saying segregation in any form for any reason is wrong. History's taught us this. Mescla Enterprises will do everything possible to fight this discriminatory mandate, both legally and politically. We ask our guests and business leaders to contact the senators so they can put a stop to policies that divide the people of Guam. Have you been contacted by any businesses regarding the executive order?
I actually have been contacted by a lot of constituents. I know I've watched KUAM News in regards to some of the businesses that are closing. I think we need to address that for sure. I think the last thing we need is a division in our community when it comes to, fighting this pandemic. And if there are other measures that can be taken to help stop the spread, I think ultimately what's trying to be done is to stop community spread and protect the community. And I think, there are other measures. As you know, the legislature did not put out similar requirements. Because we did not have consensus. And some of us, our senators, some of the senatorial offices have enough protection measures in place, right? Social distancing, teleworking, HEPA filters, all of these things in place. So perhaps there could be some consensus within the community, and that's something that we need to strive for. Achieving herd immunity is also one of the tools, but we can also combine it with these protective measures, which absolutely need to be in place.
Yeah.
Right. Senator Addo, you came out with a release yesterday calling for the governor's latest EO to be rescinded. It was not, but it was refined. And I don't know if you guys got the memo. It came out at 9:30 last night, but the governor's executive order has been refined. And now private sector workers who don't want to get vaccinated can avail of a weekly test to get out of that. And then also the proof of vaccination status is no longer being required to dine in or go to the movies or go on the booze cruise. You just need to self-attest that you have at least received one shot of the vaccine. So they lowered the bar. Totally unvaccinated, though, you're still not welcome. Or you're still not able. Yeah. Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason, and to my colleague, Senator Paris. Yeah, and that's the thing there, Chris, is that it still hasn't addressed the issues and the concerns of those that are unvaccinated who, for one reason or another, can't get vaccinated because of medical issues or their religious belief, or just don't want to get vaccinated. she needs to come out and ensure that those folks are also included. You know, I mean, maybe a happy medium here would be okay. I mean, it still doesn't address the issue of those that are in school, the kids who are in school who want to play sports but are not vaccinated. You know, it doesn't address those issues. And like I said, maybe the happy medium here is that the kids can go get a weekly, a PCR test as well. And, you know, and that probably could be something to where if they get tested weekly, then they can come onto the sport, you know, get back onto their teams and enjoy the sports that they want to play. So, you know, I mean, it just doesn't do enough. And I think that the executive order needs to be further amended to include and keep everyone together. You know, we can't be a community divided because it does not achieve the goals of trying to get out of this pandemic as one. Like we all say, we're all in this together. So let's be in it together. This is not the pandemic of the unvaccinated. This is the pandemic of the world. So let's get out of it together.
Senator, just to clarify, so we had public health on yesterday, and according to public health, those who receive a religious exemption or a medical exemption that has been approved by public health, they'll be allowed to go and eat in the restaurant or, you know, go on the booze cruise or whatever. But it's a process, so you got to apply for it, and then public health, they said, takes 5 days after they review it.
See, Chris, and there's the conflict already. You know, they have to apply for it, but yet an individual now, this amended executive order allows an individual to self-attest. You know, I mean, it makes no sense. You know,
on top of
and
the
before they come out with an executive order like this, they need to come out and ensure, and you know, they need to make sure they have everything in line, and you know, get the input of the people, get the input of the legislature, because we've been blocked out of this the whole time. You know, and I think that she needs to start getting the input of all those stakeholders, which is the island of Guam, and see how we can move forward with this. I mean, we want to keep everybody safe and protected. We want to get those that want to get vaccinated, but we need to respect those that do not want to get vaccinated or can't get vaccinated for one reason or another, and respect them as well.
Well, tell us what you really think.
Yeah, so, you know, but you know, it's a step that she made, now allowing people to self-attest, and you know, as they got one shot and things. Now let's rescind it and let's refine it even further, you know, right. And let's move forward. And we want to help her. We want to help the administration, but you know, the only way we can continue to help each other is if they let us in on what's going on.
Right.
But when they continue to block us out, it doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't do anyone any good.
Thank you, Senator Sabina. I know you got to run prep for the budget, so thank you for joining us. Appreciate your time this morning.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Right on. And then we're also joined here by Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas, who you override Bill 11. Phil, do you have comments on that real quick?
I do, Chris and Bree, and good morning, Senator Ada. And
good morning.
You know, I just really am perplexed and disappointed. First of all, on this recent executive order and this so-called refinement, it's basically just chaos on top of chaos. And that's the real reason why the legislature needs to use its authority from time to time to stop chaos. And, you know, I have to disagree. I listened to my colleague, Senator Perez, on the way in, and I have to completely disagree. The governor right now just issued an executive order extending the public health emergency on top of this chaos. And what ended up happening by doing that, you know, it's because it was required every 30 days. That means the governor contemplates for 30 days what to do before the next public health emergency. I was perplexed by Senator Sabina Perez's comment that and I'm going to debunk a lot of those discussion points, but 10 minutes later she says, when you ask her about what's going on, well, we weren't informed of this. That's what Senator Ada just said. That's why we have so much difficulty trying to work with this administration. And so the issue of federal funds, let's just put that to rest. The governor of Kentucky just got the Supreme Court decision saying that the legislature in Kentucky was right to curb and eliminate a lot of his emergency powers. There is no subsequent release from the governor saying, oh man, we're losing our ARP funds. Why did the Supreme Court do that? Why did the legislature do that? Michigan governor received a decision twice. She appealed. And that's been months ago. This threat of federal funds is like Clint Ridgell's red herring. It doesn't fly. And so the bottom line is, my colleagues, please, I know you are smart people. You've read the bill. You know what the bill does. The bill simply amends the fact that the public health emergency is extended after receiving information at the legislature from the governor, and it is done by the legislature in coordination with the governor. So let's take out all the nonsense and be real about this. So I hope that my colleagues will really, really, basically come clean, because like you said, golf carts, I think there's something bigger underneath this, Chris and Bree. I'm just going to call it for what it is. There's something afoot here that this emergency has to continue and continue and continue to be extended. And like you said, we keep discovering all of these shenanigans and financial decisions that do not fit what the people of Guam expect in terms of transparency and accountability. And yes, Chris, that's what I really think.
Bree, what do you guys make of these refinements, though, Senator Duenas?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's chaos on top of chaos. Yeah. Because, if you want to fix something that you realize has had such an overwhelming effect, just even the conciliation of refinement means, their team and the administration knows people are outraged, are angry, and they don't like arbitrary and capricious decisions without consultation. So I don't see GHRA running out going, excellent, thanks, Gov, we met yesterday and this is exactly what we wanted. I don't see Dr. Ho Wen going, that's what we wanted.
You should see my WhatsApp.
So what I see is what has been asked for at the minimum is proper. Rescind the order and do this properly in consultation with the people of Guam. Yesterday, I cannot stop, getting a message from another business. I'm sorry. We do not want to pit our people against each other. We do not want to not allow our entire family to sit at the table in our restaurant. So we are going to take out. I've seen, establishments say full blown. We are going to fight this. This is not who we are. I mean, those are prominent, big, name restaurants. I think the best headline today on one of the papers is, it breaks my heart. I mean, come on. You cannot say, I'm listening. When you basically just do it your way and make a couple refinements and say, see if they'll go with this. That's not listening. Listening is saying, wow, I think this is too much. Let me pull the whole thing back and let's reset this. And you know what, Chris and Bree? I can maybe understand the PAG and all these other meetings, huddling with the governor and everything else. I get it. But I don't think it's time to huddle anymore in corners. Let's have these things full blown so that the media can be there, everybody can be there in the decision-making process. I think that's another thing why people are frustrated. Friday afternoon at 3:00, Saturday in the middle of the night at 9. All these things that just shake everybody up because they don't have proper information, and we're not operating in a manner by which we're bringing people to the table. So I'm sorry, I don't buy it. When you're listening, that means you stop, you pause, you reset. That's listening.
We had a comment in here. Oh, if she's listening, why don't they lift the cap on the All Rise Act? Now that you're listening, Gov, hey, there's something else that the people wanted. Well, we're against the top of the hour. Senator Ada, in closing, so with this refined EO, do you want this one rescinded too?
Yeah, it doesn't go far enough, Chris. You know, she needs to include those that, like I said, do not want to get vaccinated, can't get vaccinated, and our kids that are not vaccinated that want to continue in sports, you know, and continue on with life, you know. We need to be inclusive, you know. Let's stop segregating. Like I said on the floor, you know, I never would have thought I'd live in a world of segregation. But, you know, let's start being inclusive and let's start working together. And the way that she can do that is to come out and start including the people of Guam and the legislature in these decisions that she's coming up with, you know.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Senator Duenas.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Follow the money.
There you go. It's 7:59. We had a couple of comments in here. Mike writes in, KUAM, parents are scared and crying their hearts out for their kids. Please, can someone do something about the schools? Our kids' lives are at stake here, and we can't do anything about it. The numbers keep rising, and they don't want to give options to, change their model of learning to online. We have to wait until January when it's too late.
I understand there are some virtual meetings that are planned with the Guam Department of Education.
For this week, right?
I think the parent portion is going to be Saturday morning. Just need to, here it is. GDOE to host online community input sessions. The fourth session is for parents and stakeholders. It's set to take place 9 a.m. on Saturday via Zoom.
Yeah. And, we feel you guys with the concerns at the school level, and it's really unfortunate that the governor incorrectly announced at the press conference Friday that GDOE was, in fact, allowing parents who are experiencing fear, anxiety about their kids going face-to-face to switch their kids to online when they are absolutely not doing that. Superintendent John Fernandez said everything's pretty much set in stone for this semester, and that it would require taking teachers away from the face-to-face kids. But, I just want to say at this point, with this amount of anxiety and fear with the parents, because it's their right to feel that, and no matter how many times you say it's 1% of the total student population cases, or you talk about the protocols, I think it's a lot like this vax-unvax thing. Parents want that choice, so I don't know if they're trying to figure out a way to accommodate these parents, because we just get so many concerns about the schools. And when the number of schools with the positive cases continues to increase, so does the anxiety with the parents. And not just the parents, the kids. My kids, they're like, why are we going to school? There's COVID. To keep it really simple, but even they experience the fear and anxiety. And so I think as leaders, I think it's their job to kind of reassure the parents, and that's what the superintendent has done when he comes on. He says, hey, look at the data, look at the science. But I think maybe we need to take another look at how these parents are feeling. And that forum is Saturday?
Yeah, it's Saturday via Zoom, 9 a.m. I don't have the Zoom invite, but I'm sure if you go to their Facebook page, it'll probably be provided. Is the Zoom invite there?
Yeah, you can also email them at info@gdoe.net.
There you go.
Yeah. info@gdoe.net, and they'll set you up for what you need to do.
Okay.
They may not have the Zoom link at the moment, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Is there still that 311 thing, though?
I guess 311 option 8.
Yeah.
We should try. We should call.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Okay. Hey, it's 8:02, guys.
And also, if you guys have any questions, I threw the link that Bree was talking about. We put the link to our article, which has all the information about the GDOE.
Okay. And 311 option 8 is not a GDOE thing, okay?
Right. Yeah, that's
the
the 311. And you guys know 311's rep. They never answer. That's what people say. It's 8:03 KUAM TV. Here we come. Here we come. Any second now. We're about to arrive on KUAM TV. The computer is just freezing.
Don't you just hate those slow computers?
And here, KUAM TV. Here we come. Did you play me already on there? No. Okay. Guys, on the Breeze side, though, it's 8:04. We're KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. KUAM TV, here we come. It's the link brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box.
They don't have a vaccine.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. So much information to take in, and
guys,
kind of parse this morning.
I can tell from the comments that some of you guys might have missed the latest, which came out last night, 9:30. The executive order has been refined. We're not using amended anymore. We're using refined. It's a much more positive connotation, right? Right? Good on you, Adeloop. Expending all that energy to come up with a nice way to put that. Okay, open mouth, insert foot. So, yeah, it's been refined. You don't need... okay. So we don't need... sorry, there's something going on here with the KUM TV. Anyway, it's 8:05, guys. Pacific Points, ITN, Cowboy Enterprises, Jack in the Box. You don't need proof of vaccination to dine out or go to the gym or all that stuff. You just need to self-attest.
I mean, if you have your card and everything, you should bring it.
Yeah, just go ahead if you have it. But if you don't, I mean, it's an honor system. And you know us, one thing I could say about us, for the most part, maybe not including a lot of the politicians, we are an honorable people.
Right, but you know the problems with the contact tracing, right?
Yeah.
These restaurants, bars are already supposed to have the sign-in sheets.
Yeah.
And so we had the issue when Chima came on that it's so difficult to do contact tracing when people go to bars, right? Because they
Bars.
don't want to, fill out the paperwork
Yeah,
or
because they're
whatever
with
it is.
someone they're not supposed to be with.
And so how do you, I don't know.
I
When
don't
you
know.
self-attest,
Yeah.
you sign the contact sheet where you check what.
Guys, and we're teetering on the edge right now because public health, the lab, it's overwhelmed. I'm hearing that from sources in public health. The lab is overwhelmed. The testing, you're seeing the line. It's crazy. People are
You could
getting...
put a fake phone number. You could put
people are putting their...
fake name. Yeah, I don't know.
People aren't getting the results in a timely manner. So that's what the EO changed. It also allows now for private sector employees who don't want to adhere to the governor's vaccine mandate that they can now take a weekly test in lieu of vaccination. But the big thing about the no proof of vaccination, Bree, is they lowered the bar and they're now letting people with just one shot of the vax go and dine in and eat and all that stuff. Which, again, in my mind, I'm thinking like, wait, you just said all this stuff about the unvaccinated and now we're lowering the bar because, anyway. Make it make sense, somebody. It's 8:07. You ready? Yeah, so that's what happened. She put it out at 9:30 last night, guys. And so we're all making sense of it this morning, real time, right here on the link. Good morning, brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest. It is our 8 o'clock look at news from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Solis Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off a day, everybody. Around 10 p.m., Governor Lulian Guerrero not only issued what's being called a refined executive order, but also a special video message about the revisions made to her previous order. And apparently she's pretty much standing pat on her executive order, which is a restriction of movement for the unvaccinated. The main changes from Friday's EO are that unvaccinated employees who work at covered businesses will be allowed to enter their workplace with weekly negative COVID-19 tests. Customers at these businesses will be allowed to enter if they can show they have at least one COVID vaccination, not necessarily full vaccination. The changes for customers take effect today at 8 o'clock in the morning. For employees, they take effect on September 6th. The governor also extended the public health emergency that was scheduled to end on August 31st to September 29th. Then here's more from that special video message last night.
I have heard you and I am listening. As a result, I have amended my executive order. The amended executive order will include the following changes. For patrons of covered establishments, rather than require full vaccination, they must show proof of at least their first shot or provide a self-attestation that the individual has received at least one shot of a recommended series of the vaccine. A single shot of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine has been shown to be up to 80% effective against COVID-19 in real-world settings. But these studies are still in progress, and to give yourself the best chance against the virus, it is critical that you receive the full series of your chosen vaccination if you are able to do so. For employees of covered establishments, rather than require full vaccination or face termination, employees must either become fully vaccinated or submit to a COVID-19 test on a weekly basis. These tests will be available at our public testing sites at no expense to the employees. I want to reiterate that these requirements are specific to patrons and employees of covered establishments. These are places where mask wearing is compromised and not all establishments.
And major headlines is Pfizer's COVID vaccine is now fully approved by the FDA for use in people ages 16 and older. Femi Redwood has the latest.
Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine is the first to be fully approved by federal regulators. It will be marketed under the name Comirnaty. FDA officials hope the approval lifts public confidence in the vaccine among the unvaccinated.
The public can be confident that this vaccine meets the FDA's gold standards for safety, effectiveness, and manufacturing quality that we require for an approved product.
President Biden has a message for Americans who vowed to wait for full approval before getting inoculated.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. It's time for you to go get your vaccination and get it today.
Following approval, the Pentagon announced it will require members of the military to get the vaccine, and New York City's public school teachers and staffers must do so as well. Nationwide, just over half the U.S. population has gotten fully vaccinated, while the vaccines were under emergency use authorizations. But vaccination rates are going up again as unvaccinated patients infected with the Delta variant fills hospitals across the country. In Louisiana, the number of COVID deaths in that state jumped more than 300% since June. At Our Lady of Lourdes Regional Medical Center in Lafayette, every one of the 24 patients in the main ICU are COVID positive, including 24-year-old Kaylee Rowe, who was unvaccinated and pregnant. Doctors delivered her baby, but Rowe remains on a ventilator.
We booked a family vacation. We thought like the rest of the world, this isn't that real of a virus.
And as more children head back into the classroom, a CBS News poll finds while the majority of parents support a mask requirement, they are split over vaccine requirements. It found 48% of parents think schools should require a vaccine, while 52% believe schools should not. Femi Redwood, CBS News, New York.
Here at home, the island recorded its 145th COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the death occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital Sunday just after 6:30 p.m. The patient was an 88-year-old man with underlying health conditions. The JIC says he was unvaccinated. The patient had tested positive for COVID on the 14th. As for hospitalizations, the census is 24 COVID-19 patients at GMH and GRMC. Of that number, 20 patients are unvaccinated, 5 are receiving ICU level of care, and 1 patient is on a ventilator. As for test results, the JIC reports that Guam recorded 188 cases out of 2,678 tests performed between last Friday and Sunday. And again, these numbers include the 96 cases that we reported, that the JIC reported over the weekend. To date, there have been a total of 9,486 officially reported cases of COVID-19. 682 cases are active. The CAR scores jumped to 15.2. The Guam Department of Education also confirming 8 more students tested positive for COVID. The latest breakdown at Ganya Heights Elementary, C.L. Tightsnow Elementary, Juan M. Guerrero Elementary, Maritzo Martyrs Memorial Elementary, Inarajan Elementary, Untalon Middle School, JFK High School, and Tietzen High. Since August 14th, a total of 42 GDOE students have tested positive for COVID. With more news, here's Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link.
The chairman of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group says they've never recommended a vaccination mandate for private sector employees. On Friday, the governor announced an executive order which was described as a restriction of movement order. It prohibits the entry of unvaccinated patrons and employees into establishments, with the net effect being the same as a vaccine mandate. Dr. Hoa Nguyen says that part of the order should be rescinded.
I think that decision of mandate the employee of the business to be vaccinated, that should really need to be changed. I think that we have to respect people's choice of getting the vaccine or not getting the vaccine.
He believes the majority of the executive order should be revised in order to make it safe for the public, but also safe for businesses to stay open. Nguyen says he didn't know about the vaccination mandate until he heard about it from the governor's press conference. An attempt to override the governor's veto of a bill that would require legislative approval to extend a public health emergency failed. The bid by Minority Leader Chris Duenas came up 2 votes short. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Senators briefly set aside budget deliberations to debate the override motion. Senator Duenas' vetoed bill would have required the governor to seek legislative approval for any 30-day extension of a public health emergency. It was vetoed back in March, but Duenas pushed for the override now, citing the public outcry over the governor's new vaccination mandate.
Madam Speaker, since Friday at 3 o'clock, our community has been deeply divided by the recent decision of our dear governor to issue an executive order mandating fully individuals to be fully vaccinated to participate and be patrons in our business community, to work in our business community, and this has been nothing less than caustic and divisive. I mean, we should have at least discussed this. And we would have done that. And we can do that if we override this bill and it becomes law.
Most of the other Republicans also spoke out for an override, but Democrat Clint Rigel pushed back.
The word vaccinate is not even in the bill. Not once. Nothing about the governor's executive order, nothing about the vaccination mandate, but that seems to be what everyone's arguing about here today. That's not what the bill does. What this bill does is it strips executive powers from the ability to declare public health emergencies. That's a power that was given to the executive branch by design, by the nature and the function of the 3 branches of government. The executive branch has to execute functions.
10 votes are needed to override. It failed, though, with just 8. The no votes included Rigel, Amanda Shelton, Jose Terlahi, Sabina Perez, and Republican Mary Torres. Vice Speaker Tina Barnes and Senator Joe San Agustin were absent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Highway Patrol is investigating a fatal head-on collision that occurred in Sinahaña near the Chalad Bridge on Sunday night. The crash involved a Toyota Highlander traveling north and Toyota Corolla heading south. The man driving the Corolla was transported to Naval Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. All 3 occupants of the Highlander were transported to GMH. Naval Hospital spokesperson Jacine Matsanani confirmed the victim as 18-year-old Jared Perez. GPD has confirmed that the 49-year-old female involved in the August 16th auto pedestrian incident had succumbed to her injuries on August 21st. As we reported, the crash occurred in the morning on Route 16 Army Drive in Harmon. She was pronounced deceased by Guam Regional Medical City physicians. This crash investigation remains open. The note read as follows: put the money in a bag. I am Rob your Rob. Just put until I walk out. Thank you. Vicente Guerrero Perez made his initial appearance in district court today for robbing approximately $1,500 from First Hawaiian Bank at Compadres Mall on Friday the 13th. Perez then walked over to King's Restaurant next door and ordered food. Investigators located Perez, who was checked into Guam Behavioral Health days later. Court documents stated he knew it was wrong to rob the bank. However, he wanted to be caught, and that was the reason he went next door to eat and wait for the police to arrive. However, when he felt the police were taking too long, he left. Perez's next hearing is set for September 3rd at 2 p.m. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Proof of COVID vaccination is now required to enter the Guam Veterans Cemetery. The Veterans Affairs Office announced the guidance in an email to stakeholders in the media. It says it is following public health guidance in the governor's executive order requiring the proof in order to attend funeral services, viewings, visitations, burials, and or other funeral services. For those of you who lost your vaccination card, you can request a replacement from Public Health. You can call the agency's immunization program. The number is 735-7143, Monday through Friday between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., or you can email publichealth@dphss.guam.gov. It will take about 5 business days for you to receive the card, which you will have to pick up in person. You can read the entire process on our website and on our social media. We continue with a series highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travel Stamp. Today we feature Jamaican Grill restaurants.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Hafaday, my name is Omar Nabuo. I am the marketing guy for Jamaican Grill restaurants. It's important for Jamaican Grill to take part of the Guam Safe Certified and the WTTC Travel Stamp. Mainly because it's a communication effort. It's a team effort, and we want to make it known to the world that we are part of this initiative to invite our tourism market back and to reassure them that they are safe when they visit our island and our restaurant. It means that Jamaican Grill wants to work with our government agency, which is the GVB, in their efforts to work with the WTTC. This is a team effort to stabilize or at least communicate well to our tourist market that Guam is ready and safe for our visitors to come to us and enjoy our island, enjoy our food, our restaurants, and come to Jamaican Grill. How can we make it a little safer for everybody? So we implemented what we call the Serious Car Service. It's our form of curbside pickup, where a customer would stay in their car, stay on their phone, relax, and we'll come out and we'll take care of you. Stay in there, we take your payment, we bring your food out, and we tell you to have a great day. Well, this is the first step. The first step is to join with GVB and WTTC to get a Guam Safe Certified and World Travel Certified stamp. This stamp will let our tourists know, just by seeing it, that and recognizing that we are part of a system that is working toward our safety for everyone, our local guests and our tourism alike. We also are in plans of, we have our online ordering system. We do have plans to have a contactless form of ordering. It'll be a digital dining, and guests can just come, sit down, open up their phone, scan our QR code, order everything, pay on their phone, and go off and enjoy the rest of their day on our beautiful island.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau. Brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And now with your Chamorro News, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Aji chairman para Physicians Advisory Group asangan na siya mo rekomenda aji mandate magahaga para binakuna para empleado ni private sector. Gibet ni sa anunsya gobyerno zone na din sa ketibo no make fomananan restriction of movement na orden. Ana probido empleados ni customer siya no fan halom gimasya afan na sagam business sa zanginti man mabakuna. Parewa ST sa naji ordan niya ni tori taw-taw fan mabakuna. Ilanya si Dr. Ho Nguyen na debut na manyaw adyo na pati gi ordan niya gobyerno. Asangan mas na imadzod gi ordan niya gobyerno sa debut no mamenta para seguridad publiko sa para seguridad business siya punofan mahutom. Aada masinyuan na tiatungo po daji vaccination mandate hasta kaya hungo gizo na press conference sa gobyerno. Masasunto, isimitezo ni veterano sa esta paguma necesita preba na mabakuna haw para masyahahodsi ni para fatuguhin na lugar. Iguang Veteran Cemetery sa niluluy ni Oficina ni Veterans Affairs. Matuadzo na notifika gini email isimitezo pre media na tuli manahalong isimitezo humanaanok preba na esta man mabakuna. Maminsaw ilokoy na email in mas mnebo na inasgayon ni Public Health sigon ni Odan Eksekutibo ni gobyerno. Azo na inasgayon sa linya naman nesesitay preba ng binakuna para todi para fan halom gwi sa pudentero iporo malii imatay para fan mambisita sa hinafod sa para masya hafa na siniseden sa bisyon entero. Mas talo, para hamzo siya ni malingoy sa miso vaccination card siya marukastahon nuevo gini Departamentong Salud sa bisyon sosyal. Agang immunization program gwi na ahensya. Gisati 35 71 4-3, lunes hasta viernes desde las 8 giegan hasta las 5 gipupuengi. Pad email gi publichealth@dphss.guam.gov. Kasi 5 días tinaka para resibi karmut, za necesita non hano guatu guhi para unsuli. Sinyong tayta itamano matsugwane estig isan mami website padi medan syusyat. Mas artikulo, i highway patrol sa memsitiga, adyo matuping kareta anu pinino unu giza sinhanya gifyo ni tsaud na tolay gipangin domingo. Azo na crash ang bagong Toyota Highlander ni umanano lagu gi Route 4 na talan, so Toyota Corolla ni umanano haza. I-drive Corolla sa Makoni para Naval Hospital sa mapronunsya na matay. Todi tres ni manistabay gi Highlander sa Makoni para Guam Memorial na Hospital. Ilingi si Justine Matanani, spokesperson para Naval Hospital, na matay sa si Jared Perez, 18 anyos sa na edad. Yutumo para Pauga na Montes na asuntong finot sa Morgan ni KUAM News, makonfirma ni GPD na matay aji 49 anyos na Palawan no tinepin yung kareta gidya 16 gi Agosto. No rin-report KUAM at susedi adzo na crash gi egaan gi Route 16 Army Drive na talan gita Harmon. Mapronunsya ni mediko ni Guam Regional Medical City na pininoy Palawan ni sinot niya gi adzo na crash. Dista Pauga may investiga adzo na disgrasya. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto finut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
And we're going to head in to the Zoom room where we have John Jr. Calvo. He's the Chief of Staff for Adelup, the Governor of Guam, to kind of help us sort through the latest refined executive order. Good morning, John. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris.
Morning. I guess we'll just start at the beginning. If you could, maybe the timeline on what led to this refined executive order that was issued last night?
Sure. Of course, as the governor has mentioned, not every executive order is going to be perfect. Not every public health guidance is going to be perfect, and we recognize that. And I think the people of Guam recognize that. And so over the weekend, we've of course heard the concerns of the business community, the restaurant community. We've heard the concerns of people who are concerned about the vaccination. And we went back and we had a discussion with the governor. We had a discussion with her advisors, and we used that opportunity to kind of amend the executive order to fit those needs that really were pointed out by the community. And as the governor has mentioned, she implemented it through this amended executive order.
And are these recommendations that did you guys meet with GHRA, the Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, we had the governor had an opportunity to meet with Mary Rhodes and some of the board members yesterday, and so they were part of the discussion that led to this amended EO. And again, it's not a perfect EO. It's not going to be perfect public health guidance, but we did what we could to try to find a common ground in the areas of concern, especially in response to the public health emergency.
Mm-hmm. Now, can you kind of go through the self-attestation and just how that works? Because I think, public health, they already have an issue and concerns about contact tracing, and specifically to bars. And we've had Chima on, over the last several weeks, and he's been talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's been saying that basically there's two issues. One is that sometimes when people fill out the contact tracing logs, they're putting fake phone numbers, sometimes not even the real name. And then the other side is when they do the contact tracing, especially where we see some clusters at the bars. There was at least one bar owner, but I want to say he had mentioned a few others who didn't cooperate with the investigation and didn't want to provide contact tracing logs. So already we see that there's an issue with the honor system, if you will, and having people sign in.
Right.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so the self-attestation was, again, another concern that was brought up, right, with the proof of vaccination cards upon entry at these covered establishments. And, the community has been extremely great in terms of showing that, they can rise to being able to respond to contact tracing. It's not perfect, but, for the most part, I know there are challenges, but for the most part, contact tracing has been successful. Again, there are challenges, and we're going to meet them. But with regard to the self-attestation of the vaccination upon entry, is that we're really relying on the trust of people who are going to be entering these establishments. And what's going to happen is that on these contact log sheets, Public Health, I believe, will be issuing a form that kind of allows a person to check off if they're vaccinated. And that attestation, again, will be used in the event that we do have to go back to contact tracing to contact those individuals, absent the need to prevent the verified vaccination card. A lot of people have either lost them. A lot of people, don't have copies of them. So, we're going to give them time as well as give public health time to be able to provide those replacement cards in the event they request them. So it's the same thing as taking a picture of your vaccination card on your phone and using it to provide as a proof or a validation upon entry. It's the same concept.
John, so Friday at the press conference up at Adelup, the governor and her team, they came out and they really came out hard on the unvaccinated. They called it a pandemic of the unvaccinated, right? And she talked about how her executive order, the unrefined one issued Friday, how it would help stop the spread, right? So how do you kind of balance, right, the very real public health concerns that you guys have with trying to appease the public outcry? I mean, did this refined EO and you guys' reaction to the public, did it take the teeth out of what the governor said was the best approach to control the spread on Friday?
No, I don't think so. I think what it did was it allowed us to go back and work with our stakeholders to actually operationalize what the executive order intends to implement. And that is the ability for, again, these covered establishments to verify vaccinations. So it does not take away your right or your choice or your decision to vaccinate or to receive the vaccine or not. What it does say is that, we're allowing those who have committed to the safe environment to be comfortable, to have the confidence in knowing that when they enter these establishments and you're vaccinated, you're going to have the ability to know that this place is safe, that you're safe as again, the vaccine does not, prevent you from contracting COVID, but it definitely reduces the risk of you contracting the disease. So, it just provides a safer environment in whatever establishment that you enter.
What's your response to the Republican Party? They're calling the latest executive order sets the parameters of segregation, creates a deep division within our community. Segregation is never a healthy decision. Then you saw the protest that happened over the weekend.
Right.
Our body, our choice.
Yeah. Well, first off, the governor, public health, I think the rest of the community has never used the word segregation. I think the Republicans were the ones who used that. And if history, it tends to repeat itself, then let's look deeper at history. I mean, we're talking about, segregation in terms of slavery, discrimination in terms of slavery, segregation against men and women. That's not what we're doing here. This vaccine does not discriminate. It will contract, regardless of your medical condition, regardless of your religious exemption, regardless of how much money you make or who you are. It does not discriminate. And so what we're saying in terms of this executive order is that we're trying to get our community as safe as possible through this vaccine that has been recently fully approved by the FDA. So, that's what we're trying to do. We're definitely not segregating our community in this sense. And I think that the overwhelming response by the community based on the executive order on Friday to head to the vaccination pods to receive even their first dose is indicative of what our community aims to achieve, which is, again, a safer community through the use of this vaccine.
Is it, John, or is it just that people are feeling like they're being forced to take the shot and there's no other option? Because remember on Friday,
no, I think
the EO said that, you could basically lose your job, right?
I think a lot of people were, for those who were on the fence, some who were waiting for the full FDA approval, some who still had questions or concerns about the efficacy of the vaccine, some who just couldn't make a decision. I think, kind of helped them arrive at that decision. And again, our goal is to get as many people vaccinated as possible so that we can, again, have a safer community. That's the bottom line. We're giving opportunities for those who don't want to receive the vaccination for whatever personal reason they have to submit to a weekly testing so that, again, for their sake and for the sake of those who they are going to be surrounded with in their workplace, in a restaurant, can be assured that everybody that enters, again, is going to be as safe as possible, whether you have the vaccine or whether you have a negative test result.
John, so with the testing, right, obviously those people who aren't going to get vaxxed are going to be availing themselves of the weekly testing. Are there any plans to make it more convenient? Because I'm sure, as you're well aware, people are waiting for hours, right, to get tested.
Chris, I totally agree with you. I went to the testing site. I think it was last week, and yeah, I recognize that people are waiting about an hour on average to get tested, and we're working with public health to improve that process. I know that there have been many in the community who have asked public health to kind of create a digital platform so that they can sign up for their testing. I can assure you that we're working feverishly to get that achieved. One of the other pieces of technology that we're also going to be implementing, or we're going to try to implement, is the use of the state of New York and California, and I think Hawaii has a form of it. It's called it's basically a vaccination pass that would help us, help businesses also eliminate the need for somebody to really stand and verify each person that comes in, and they would just basically scan a QR code. We've done this with the health declaration form over at the airport, and that's a similar technology we're going to try to implement as soon as we can with regard to the vaccination parts.
We did have
No, go ahead. I'm going to ask something.
We did have a comment in here, John, and I, because we get public health in here all the time, and from what public health and the doctors say, that vaccinated, unvaccinated spread the virus, pretty equally. So we did have a comment here about the governor in her address on Friday had said that vaccination helps stem transmission of the virus. Can you kind of explain that comment? Because from what we understand, all the science says that vaccination only helps stave off serious illness and hospitalization.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. The latter part of your comment is that it staves off hospitalization. And just yesterday, we've seen an increase, an uptick in hospitalization, and we're seeing more people being admitted to the ICU. And a majority of those people, as you know, are unvaccinated. And so, I don't think anybody is here to argue whether or not you can contract the virus, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I think we acknowledge that. The science acknowledges that. But I think there is some data that also puts out that it reduces the risk of transmission. Of course, not 100%, but the more important thing is hospitalization. And that's the critical thing that we look at every single day. I know the governor, myself, and others, we receive the hospital census, and, that is kind of our indicator. It's not our only indicator, but it's a clear signal for us of how we're doing in our response and how we have to be able to adapt and to adjust to what needs to be responded to.
Can you clarify the guidance regarding contact sports? And is this just applicable to outside sports, not necessarily school sports programs, like the GDOE's ESA League and the IIAAG? Is it mandatory vaccinations for them or not for them?
Right. I'm going to have to look into that one a little bit more. I know that I heard Senator Atta earlier talking about trying to get those who are not vaccinated into weekly testing or some type of testing so that they can participate in these organized sports. I think that's a fair point. It's a valid point. I don't know the details of that, but I can definitely look into it.
Okay.
So yesterday at the legislature, the override attempt of Bill 11 failed, right? I mean, it was hot debate, though. And then so we had a bunch of the senators on, but we did have Senator Sabina Perez on, the procurement chair. And, one of the pieces of conversation that we hear about during this pandemic is a lot of it is with procurement, right? And the emergency authority that the governor says that she has. And so we had the audit come out about the first round of the procurement. I don't think we got a comment from Adelup on that. So what was your comment on that audit from Public Auditor BJ Cruz relative to the first round of the hotel procurement, John, that was performed by the former legal counsel and son-in-law to the governor?
Sure. So on the procurement issue, we have been consistent in including in our response, and I think when you read the audit that was published by the OPA, we were consistent about the use of the governor's public health emergency authority. Again, could there have been processes and steps to improve the way that things are procured? Of course. But again, this pandemic has never been experienced by any of us. Quite frankly, in this administration or any administration for that matter. And so using the resources that we had and the tools that we had in our toolbox in terms of being able to procure a facility in a matter of days, as we expected the first flight to come in with unknown positives, that's something that we've been consistent about in terms of the governor's authority to institute the use of those quarantine facilities.
Right. So I know that they're the purchases, right, that on the surface are totally justified, like the quarantine, right? But then recently I was able to report on this appeal before the OPA about the emergency procurement of the golf carts by the governor's office. And Senator Sabina had said that this procurement, there were a lot of red flags with the way the specs were changed after business hours. I'm sure you're well aware of it, but did you guys have a comment on that since the governor's office's name was all over everything?
Yeah, first things first, the governor's office was not the one that procured those golf carts. I can assure you that. Those golf carts were procured by Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense. And, depending in the system, right, whatever, I'm not 100% about this, but the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense falls under the governor's office. And so from time to time, the governor's office's address is used to address billings or address statements or invoices. And so when that particular purchase order was awarded, I think the governor's office was used, but the intention and the procurement was actually done by the Office of Civil Defense, not the governor's office, to be clear.
But the document said it was delivered to the governor's office.
No, they were delivered to the Office of Civil Defense. I can assure you.
But the document says that it was delivered to, so we're just going by what the documents say. But was that emergency purchase of the golf carts justified though, John?
From what I understand, I know part of this is again under procurement protest, and so I'm not going to be able to comment on all the details. I leave that to the General Services Agency and of course the agency that procured it. But I do know that at the beginning and even in the middle of both the testing and the vaccination, there was a need for those resources. So I know that those were formally submitted through what they call up at Homeland, the DLAN. And so I think there's documentation for that.
Okay. All right, just one last one because I know Bree's got a few. The Republicans are asking me to ask if the Democrat senators met with the governor yesterday morning before session.
I'm sorry?
The Democrat senators meet with the governor before yesterday's session relative to the Bill 11 override or anything?
Right. The governor did meet with Democratic leadership, and so yes, she did.
Can you tell us anything about what the substance of the meeting was about? Was there anything about the ARP or?
No, one of the things that the main message between both the governor and the speaker was basically having a unified message in response to the concerns and the anxiety that's experienced in the community. And it was a meeting that the governor had asked for because she felt that it was important to ensure that between the legislature and of course the executive branch, that we're doing our part to ensure that we continue to assure the people of Guam that we're working, regardless of our differences on the issues, that we're working in the best interest of serving and protecting our people.
Do you have any updates on the All Rise program?
Yeah, so the All Rise, Daphne would have all the details, but the directive was, of course, to have that launched by September 1st. I know that she's going to be implementing an application process that's going to be both online and, of course, available on hard copy. And I know that she's working with the Mayor's Council of Guam or the different mayor's offices to ensure that those forms are given out to the people so that they can begin that process. And it should be a pretty straightforward process. As soon as the application is received, reviewed, and they are their eligibility is determined, we should see payment in short order.
Any final decisions on the location for the new hospital/medical facility?
Right. So Eagles Field continues to be the number one site for the hospital. And so we're working. Everybody is working in one effort to make that location possible, and so that continues to be the main site.
And I wanted to go back to the executive order and give Adelup the opportunity to kind of address some of the businesses and other concerns from the community that the governor doesn't have legal authority to implement this vaccine mandate.
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of explain and address concerns from the community that question whether or not the governor has the legal authority to implement a vaccine mandate.
Yeah,
on the private sector.
Right. So I think if when one reads the executive order, our legal counsels have worked hard to ensure that whatever is going to be put in this executive order is enforceable to the fullest extent, whether it's going to be through existing case law, recent court decisions that we're seeing throughout the United States, even including some Supreme Court decisions, also through the Public Health Emergency Authority or her Emergency Act Authority. And so with the full weight and force of those particular provisions, I think that it is our goal to work to have the full cooperation and support of the business community. Again, it's not always perfect. Again, one of the things that I agree with Mary Rhodes, president of GHRA, is the ability to operationalize all of the mandates that are coming out, and with the ability to continue to collaborate and cooperate with each other, I think we're going to be able to achieve all of that.
John, earlier you talked about the Democratic leadership meeting with the governor relative to a lot of the concerns and frustration with the community. I kind of wanted to ask you to address maybe some of the communications issues and just messaging out a lot of these policies and executive orders. So just take, for example, this recent one. We had the press conference late on a Friday. I mean, huge announcement. Not a lot of opportunity for the media to not even ask questions for the sake of asking questions, but just to really ask questions about the information contained in the EO so that we can then disseminate it to our consumers. So then we go the whole weekend, guidance comes out at 8, then obviously the backlash yesterday and to a refined EO today. We had some callers on and just going around talking to the community, whether it's this situation or are we going to pay the rise or not follow the EO with the rise? There's just a lot of times a lot of confusion. I mean, going back to, I was thinking about when the governor during the press conference back in, I think it was before the surge, when she was talking about the roadblocks, she had said something about, what letter do you got to put in your car to go grocery shopping, and to put this letter, and something as simple as that, right, sets off people thinking that that's what it is, and it just creates a lot of anxiety, fear, and frustration that we still see up to now. And I feel like a lot of it is because you guys don't have consistent messaging. Like this refined EO comes out in the middle of the night, 9:30, with a Facebook video. You know, I mean, it's a struggle to get warm bodies from Adelup on the show to just answer the basic questions that, you know, about information. So if you could kind of address that.
Yeah, you know, as we navigate this pandemic, again, you know, there is no binder that I can turn to that would give me all the answers, or even the governor for that matter. So a lot of the decisions that we make are definitely not made on 2 points: one, in a vacuum, and two, in haste. We try to, as best as possible, take into account all the circumstances, all the challenges that we try to kind of put on a table and say, hey, these are the things that we're going to have to be able to address. And again, it's not always perfect. And I think that one of the things that we can agree upon is communication. And, you know, it's a two-way street. You know, one of the things that we are challenged with is, you know, being able to, again, put all of this together so that, you know, the people of Guam can take it and you know, apply it in their daily life. That's one part. The other part is making sure that everything is legally sound, so that when we are challenged, or, you know, when there are questions or concerns are raised, that, you know, we have, you know, the proper foundation to be able to justify the actions that the governor is taking in response to the public health emergency. Right. And then the third part, of course, is trying to get out there ahead of misinformation that's being spread. And so that's one of the challenges that we're having. I mean, I'm sure that you can appreciate, even with the use of social media, it has its advantages and disadvantages. But the goal to get out information as soon as possible, you know, it has always been our goal. And so whether you receive it at 9 o'clock at night or at midnight, you know, it's not our intention to hold information within ourselves. We want to put it out there, and then we could do a better job at coming out the following day or hours later, or whether a statement is attached or a video is attached to those public health guidances or those executive orders, that we come out and make ourselves available so that we can assure our community that, one, we have nothing to hide, and number two, that we're doing everything humanly possible to ensure that they get the proper information, and that we're doing everything we can, again, to ensure the safety of our people.
John,
and the other part to that is giving them the confidence in that everything that is coming out from us is true and accurate.
Right, John, you talk about communication, decisions not made in haste, but yet you have the Physicians Advisory Board Chair coming on the show saying these aren't recommendations that, you know, we recommended, and you have GHRA coming on saying that, yeah, we met on a Thursday, but when that press conference happened, I was blindsided because that was not what was discussed. You have the Chamber of Commerce, right, you know, also concerned about the executive order. So, yeah, you know, who's advising the governor?
So, you know, the thing about this is that the governor takes into account all the recommendations, all the issues that is presented before her. Not everything, you know, as in the advisory roles, are going to be factored into these executive orders or these public health guidances. And, you know, our goal is to work again together to try to make sure that don't miss a beat in that. And there are times where we will come up short. I think that everybody acknowledges that, most especially us. And so when we issued out this amended executive order, part of that was to, again, say that we do listen, and we hear the concerns and the issues, and that we're going to do our part to ensure that we alleviate those issues and those concerns when they come about. And, you know, again, an indication of that was our ability to get back onto a meeting with Mary Rhodes and say, hey, you know, these are some of the things where we differed upon, and we proceeded because it was in the governor's best interest in terms of, you know, stemming the numbers that were coming out. And so we're able to come to a place where we say, okay, give us some time to operationalize this, give us some time to implement this. And, you know, at the end of the day, we will execute the mandate that comes out from the governor's office.
Transparency has been a big criticism with the administration, whether it's you guys don't want to tell anyone your ARP plan, whether it's directors going down to the legislature. It's so weird because they'll come on, we get the directors on here, and thank you for the accessibility, and they'll say like, oh, we're getting, for example, Uncle Carl says, we're getting $30 million from the gov for this or that. Then they go down to the legislature, and it's like a big secret. They can't tell the senators, right? So we have the senators meet with the governor about this American Rescue Plan. Then we don't hear anything. Then we try and ask you guys for information. We don't get anything. We got senators who have to send FOIAs to just find out where we're at with, how we're going to spend this money. Like, what's the big deal? Why is it such a big secret? And how do you address those criticisms, the very real ones, John, about the administration's lack of transparency?
Right. And, so one of the things that, I have to say about transparency is and you've acknowledged this, is our ability to make sure that, all our subject matter experts are basically our directors are available to both the senators and to the media, regardless of who it is. And so, that's a commitment you'll continue to have from us. Regarding the ARP, one of the things that the governor has been clear about is, we have the big, what I would call the big ticket items or the big priorities of the ARP. One of them being the RISE Act, which is, which we fully funded according to the law. And, there are other priorities like the $15 million that we used as a subsidy to GPA to, kind of decrease the power bills for our people. And so, those are some things that we put out there. When we get into the nitty gritty of the individual agency budgets, our biggest concern is that, there's going to be a lot of misinformation that's spread out there with regard to their budgets. And so that's one of the things that we wanted to avoid. I can assure you, Chris and Bree, that in the coming, maybe coming weeks, we will have a full rollout plan of the ARP as we refine these budgets. And, we get through this, one of the things that we want to do is make sure we get through this budget session. And so, that's, of course, the responsibility of the legislature. So I think that's something that we can look forward to.
So what grade would you give the administration, like 1 to 10, in terms of transparency?
I give ourselves a 10. Absolutely. I mean, if there was any reason for people to feel that this administration is not being transparent, then, they have every opportunity to call us out on it. And, wherever we feel that we disagree with a concern that we were not being transparent, we'll be happy to, discuss it and always do better.
What was up with that response to Senator Moylan that the communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine, sent? I mean, he was asking for a FOIA, and her response, I felt, was pretty disrespectful to a sitting senator. But I understand it's politics, right? But that tone, we've seen it a lot in the administration's eagerness to kind of like get into these little snarky back and forths with their opponents. So who kind of greenlighted that? And was that just you guys having a bad day?
Which one was it?
The response to Senator Moylan about how Senator Moylan doesn't know what a FOIA is? I mean, because at the end of the day, he's just asking for information that you guys could have easily provided. But instead, there was a release from Crystal that basically called out the senator and said he does fake work. Is there really a place for that?
It was a FOIA related to ARP money and what bank it was deposited into.
And so there was a response from Crystal. You didn't see this response? Do we have it?
No, I'm trying to remember of all the, we get a letter from Senator James Moylan, I think, every 20 minutes. So,
Yeah, but I mean, John,
some are still on the envelope. But, with regard to Crystal's response or the response that came out, I think one of the bottom line is this, everybody is working hard to respond to every issue that comes up. And, the use of the FOIA, of course, is a privilege, and it's a right for, no, it's not a privilege. It's a right by our community. And so when information is already available in whatever means, it doesn't have to be directly from the governor's office, but when the information is already out there, then I think that it does create unnecessary work, and it's really a distraction for us as we continue to do our work to have to respond to FOIAs when information is already out there. And that's the bottom line.
Okay. And I guess, did you have any other questions?
Okay.
No, did you have any other questions?
Well, I mean, I have like a lot, but
Oh.
I don't have time.
No, I really wanted to just kind of.
I know.
I just wanted to stress, give you the opportunity to stress the point about the need for the vaccinations, and to prevent the hospitalizations from going up.
Yeah, and
I don't
you
want
guys
to like.
covered it.
I know there's so much debate on the legal authority, the constitutionality, the segregation, the discrimination, but we all know that the vaccine isn't anything that's bulletproof. But what it does is it lessens the severity of COVID and
Right. Yeah, you guys have it all right, and I'm sure you guys talked to Lillian, and I'm sure you guys talked to GRMC. And again, like I said earlier, when you just look at the numbers every morning about those who are hospitalized and those who are unvaccinated, and you just wished that they would have reconsidered their decision or took an earlier opportunity to get vaccinated, it's heartbreaking, right? I mean, you've heard a recent story of a recent passing where that person was unvaccinated and may have had the chance to survive. And you talk about people who could possibly be on ventilators, and you talk about people and doctors and nurses who are exhausted on the front line. That's the reality that we're looking at in terms of this virus. We look to the hospitals to tell us the true story of what's happening in our community. And so I'm asking everybody to please take the time, go back, again, do the research, utilize the full faith and approval of the Federal Drug Administration to fully authorize the use of the Pfizer vaccine. And I'm sure we'll see the rest coming in the coming weeks and months for full authorization. Right. This is our opportunity to just kind of pause and say, if this is for me, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for myself, and I'm going to do it for our community. And that's the only thing we can ask our people to do, is head out to the vaccination sites, do your research, make the decision. And we pray and hope that it is one that you would do to protect our community.
Thank you, John. We do have a caller actually on the line. Good morning.
Ma'am, I think you had a question about so is it the rise you have a question about, or the all rise?
Yes.
Go ahead. You're on.
Okay. It's pertaining to the question you were asking Mr. John about. Why is it you guys talk about transparency and all, and even the governor, she always thinks that in her, how do you
Bree,
say
I'm
that?
sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback on my side. I don't know if
the
it's
radio on? There's a lot of feedback in her.
Yeah. Can you turn on your radio, ma'am?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
And speak up a little bit.
Okay, so my question is, why is it that we're always hearing that they're transparent about everything? If it's a secret, why can't you tell the people of Guam, because they need to know the legislation as well, because they also want to know. I mean, this is money coming from the federal. This is not the money coming from the governor. It's not her own personal money. I mean, what is that enough? If she's going to give another pay raise to the nurses, didn't they just had a pay raise already? And then they're giving them another one again?
Ma'am, so what was your question?
So my question is, why are they lying about the transparency? I mean, it's like they only want us to know, like, example, giving money to GPA and GWA and to the nurses, but how about the rest of the money? We need to know, what is it going for? I mean, don't we have to say that also? I mean, not just the governor herself. I mean, why can't she just listen to the people of Guam and answer the question and not lie about it and go around the bush?
Sure. So
Thank
how
you
did
for
you
the
know
call.
about all that money being spent for RISE and GPA and the nurses and all that kind of stuff?
I think she's off the line now, John.
Okay.
It sounds like she's
Well,
wondering why aren't we getting
sure.
the plan?
So my point, So my point to that, to her question was the fact that where the ARP money is going to be spent, notwithstanding some of the the specifics for the is an indication our ability to announce and to share with the people where this money is going to in terms of direct relief. So that's my first point. My second point is with regard to the nurses, that the nurses pay. I have to commend Senator Mary Camacho Torres over the Guam legislature for, joining the administration in asking for a pay review and a pay study and the implementation of these pay raises for our nurses. I think nobody can argue the fact that if there was ever a time to do that, it would be now. And so we're committed to those two things.
How much has been spent already in the ARP funds?
I don't have, let me get that number to you. I'll have Lester, DBMR, get that number to you. And DOA.
Okay. Do you know if the U.S. EPA, have any of the representatives arrived to Guam yet? I know that the governor mentioned it during a press conference.
Brian, I just got note that they are. I believe if they didn't already arrive, they're going to be arriving any minute or any day soon. So yes, we did get confirmation that they will be boots on the ground if they're not already here. And so, that was a big thing when we were in Region 9 in California, in San Francisco. The governor, had a discussion with U.S. EPA, the deputy administrator there, and they committed to getting a team on the ground to have the property reviewed.
Okay. So they're going to conduct an assessment, look into possible violations of the Clean Water Act?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, John. John, I really appreciate your time this morning, and it was definitely. I know that you're busy every morning, so I was grateful you're able to block off a good chunk of time to address our questions.
No, absolutely. Bree, Chris, thanks for everything you guys are doing out there. I appreciate it.
Okay,
thanks, John. Stay safe.
Jay, can we just quickly go to the Catherine of the Guam Chamber? I know that there's a big meeting that she's got to jump into. Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Right on. So I'm not even sure what to ask because I know that you guys had a board meeting yesterday based on the original executive order that was issued Friday, but I don't know. What time do you go to sleep?
Hey, I was like Bree. I kept checking my email every hour to see when that next EO was going to come out, and I was waiting with bated breath. Yeah. So
that's why I'm a little sluggish right now.
Yeah.
I had like 2 cups of coffee. I need 4 right about
now. So
now.
it came out at 9:30 last night with an accompanying Facebook message from the governor. But to be fair, we had John on, and John said that they don't hold information. So if it's ready to go at 9:30, 10:30, midnight, the crack of dawn, when they got it, they're going to put it out.
Sure. We appreciate that. There was some relaxation, obviously, right, to this executive order. We did in our statement ask for a full repeal. We asked for the governor to rescind. And, we're always interested in sitting with the administration and share what is going on in the business community, how they are coping. And obviously, as you well know, there was just a whole bunch of questions, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of anxiety over the weekend, just trying to figure out how to conduct business with this new executive order. Nobody wants to be fined. Nobody wants to shut their business down. Nobody wants to let their people go. Our employees are our family. Some of these employees that are affected have been with businesses for years. They're essential to the businesses, right? And to have this a new mandate almost, just in front of the business community, it has been truly a tumultuous weekend. I honestly, to be very honest, I did hear from 1 or 2 people that were like, upset that I sent that statement yesterday. Why don't you agree with the governor? It's so important. We need to, shut down these folks. They need to be vaccinated. But these folks, they have their reasons, right? They have their reasons for not being vaccinated. Some of these folks, they're trying to figure out whether this vaccine is good for them. They have their own health issues, right? Many of them are women that are nursing or pregnant. There's just why is this something that we have to put? This is an additional burden that we're putting not only on unvaccinated individuals but also on our business community. And so, who knows better than the business owner on how to conduct their individual business? And, to be very honest, there are businesses that were already mandating mandatory, vaccinations. And we saw that. They put out news releases, right? So there was already businesses that were implementing this, right? So why was there a need to mandate? There's other businesses that, my goodness, they're so small that if they had to, put this into effect, they would lose all of their employees. What if they have two employees and those two employees are not vaccinated, right? Maybe. So there's just all of these circumstances that are on our table, right? We are, we were just getting our tourism, baby steps going off the ground. We are at the twilight of the end of PUA, right? We are seeing this Delta variant, wreak havoc in our community. At this moment in time, did we really need to have this particular mandate put on our people? I don't think so. I think we could have done much, much better. I think we could have come to the table with the administration and put together something that was maybe, not as stringent. And I think that the business community and the community of Guam would be much, much happier. We would not have this division that we are seeing right now. And I'm sorry, I don't usually talk this much. Me, I try to be the positive person in the room, right? But I have to say, it has been a no sleep weekend for a lot of us. Again, I love John. I think John is a terrific guy. I've known John for a long, long time. We're faith brothers and sisters. But I truly believe that the administration should have invited the business community to the table. And I think that there are opportunities for us to work together and really concentrate on what the main issue is and how to deal with it, and not kind of work on something else, to me, that is a little bit of a distraction. So if the Delta variant is an issue and we're seeing folks, if this is something that we are seeing rises in positive, then how do we address that? And honestly, I don't think it's the concentrating on or kind of bullying almost on the unvaccinated.
Right. Kathy, I mean, I agree, because the issues going into the press conference last week, it was the social gatherings, the bars, and parents were very concerned about positives in the school setting.
Exactly. And so, the business community, even and DOE, I have to tell you, everybody that I have spoken with have just been doing so much to just make sure that their environment where people are going to be congregating are as safe as can be, right? And then we see, and the contact tracing has shown us that the time that these restrictions have been relaxed are at a social setting, right? And so perhaps, and I have to be very honest, on Friday, I was actually anticipating that the restrictions for social gatherings would probably go down to 100. So, color me floored when I was listening to that press conference on Friday. Just amazing, right? So again, we can address the situation in a different way.
So the new executive order, though, or the refined executive order, came out at 9 last night, 9:30-ish. So was this based on, are you guys satisfied with this? Are you guys okay with this?
No.
Or do you have to have another board meeting today to put out your official statement?
No, we did. We had a long board meeting. And I know, God bless Christine. She was, on Saturday morning, where everybody's, I don't think anybody slept on Friday, to be very honest, right? So Saturday morning, everybody's calling everybody. They did meet with the governor. Everybody was expressing their concerns. And I think this was, the governor's way of, listening to the constituents, listening to the community, and relaxing this. But I just don't, she was pretty adamant about not letting that go about the unvaccinated, right? And so, we're just going to continue. We're going to continue to press. We're going to continue to, make the case for the business community, and we'll do our best as we have been doing for the past 18 months.
So the chamber met with the governor on Saturday.
Christine did. Yes.
Okay. And did you guys have any input? I guess. I'm sorry. So do you guys have to have another board meeting? You didn't answer that. To talk about the new executive order?
No. We actually, as soon as the executive order was put out, I put out a notice to the members so that they, we're trying to get the information out to the business community as soon as possible so that they can, operate their business accordingly. Nobody wants to be shut down. Nobody wants to be boycotted. And I'm going to just ask the community, please. I know that there are unvaccinated folks out there that are truly upset, and my heart is with you. But please, these businesses, they're doing what they can to stay in business, and if they're trying to follow the law, we're just asking folks not to boycott them. They're doing their part. They're trying to follow the law. And as much as they don't want to, they have to in order to stay in business.
Right.
There are businesses that have said, okay, I'm going to close my doors, or I'm going to go back to, the height of COVID, right? And where we're only doing takeout. So, these business decisions are something that they make on their own because they know their businesses. They know their capacity. They know their resources. They know what to do, right? And so, again, we are heartened that, some of these, restrictions are relaxed, but we would really like to see it rescinded.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Keep up the good fight. You guys are awesome. Take
Appreciate
it easy.
It. Okay.
Get some rest.
Right on. So I did reach out to a few different restaurant managers yesterday that some friends, and I was asking them, like, how was it? And one told me it was slow, Chris, a lot of different mixed reactions. We're going to lose a lot of customers. They're saying it should be up to them if they want to get vaccinated, that their rights are being violated. Another friend wrote in that it was slow. For lunch dine-in, the bar was also slow. Takeout was okay. We had 2 regular customers ask me, and they're worried about the employees that choose not to get vaccinated and what will happen to them afterwards. A couple customers that are vaccinated said that it's a bunch of BS and don't realize, and the leaders don't realize it's going to hurt most of the local businesses. There was also another manager who said that it was about 25% down, many more takeout orders, but lots of negativity across the board. And you know what they were saying last night was a lot of these restaurant, like bar places, how'd it go when they had to check the vax status? Well, we're getting Mo from Moses on to talk about that in a little bit, but first let's head right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have joining us the acting fire chief, Joyce Nicholas. Good morning, Chief.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, definitely a part of the puzzle that we've been missing. We'll just get right into it. Is we're now week 4 of this surge, where we've just seen, again, over 3 weeks of double-digit positive cases. And we're not talking like 10. We're talking like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 90, 100, right? And so when you see that many positives and such a huge increase in the community, that means that first responders are probably overwhelmed. The Guam Fire Department, of course, right there on the front lines. Chief, so can you give us the status? Is GFD overwhelmed with this COVID response right now?
Well, I will tell you that, yeah, for the past 4 weeks or so, there definitely has been an uptick in COVID-19 responses. We track it on a daily, and we send those reports in, but for sure, We are being challenged with the resources that we do have. Our guys are working shorthanded as it is already. We've experienced a lot of turnover, but they remain motivated. They still come in when we need them to come in, and we just continue to do what we do. Like you said, we've been in it since the beginning, way in the beginning, and fortunately, we were proactive with our policies and in our efforts to protect our employees and also keeping in mind their family members, right? So we want to make sure that we can keep our employees coming to work and responding to the people.
Do you have a daily average for the past 4 weeks on how many of the runs that you guys are doing are COVID related?
So we classify our COVID responses in 3 categories. The first one is PUI, patient under investigation, surveillance cases, and then of course COVID positive, where we know for sure that they are COVID positive, whether it's by history or if we're able to get a test on them right away. So the average, we average about, I want to say 30 to 50 runs a day. And out of that, between the 3 categories, we're averaging somewhere between 11 to 15 total. And mind you, this is just, based on history, whether they've had recent travel or recent contact. And that's pretty much how we determine our categories. And then once they get to the hospital, and if, let's say we brought them in and they didn't meet any of our categories, once they get to the hospital and they test positive over there, we won't know that unless they contact us. So, yeah.
So you're looking
at definitely an uptick.
Like almost half. You're on a daily. Wow.
Absolutely. So fortunately, our policies are in place, and our firefighters, to include our emergency medical dispatchers, making all the right decisions up there before they even send a unit out, is working. We're very strong with our body substance isolation procedures. We have a designated COVID response unit. We used to have a total of 3 units. We're pretty much down to 1. And it's been working, as well as our decon team that we utilize our other bureaus for.
You're down. You said there were 3 COVID transport units down to 1. Why is that? If you're seeing an uptick.
Yeah. So personal shortages is the biggest, probably the primary reason. And for a while, we did see a drop in our COVID-19 responses. So we made the decision to turn those units back into regular ambulances. And then still maintain 1 specific COVID-19 response unit. So the difference is really they're no longer just dedicated to COVID-19 response.
Do you really need if half the runs are COVID response? Do you really need the 1? It sounds like all of them are COVID response.
Yeah, so we normally use the actual COVID-19 response unit, which we call Transport 1. When we know definitely that it's a COVID-19 positive case, or there's a high indication that it is. There was a recent run yesterday in the South where we had a discussion that the indicators were there for the COVID-19 unit to respond all the way from the Steamboat Fire Station. So we still keep that in place. But should it continue to rise, our infection control officer is on top of it with his team. He's got an assistant with him, as well as our policy writer, Art Stanley. And once they give that recommendation, then we'll definitely get it back up and running again.
There's a question here, and you may have answered it. Could the chief verify if there is dedicated firehouse for presumably COVID patients needing ambulance service, and if so, which ones? Asking so patients will know an estimated time of their arrival to residence.
I'm sorry, so is this for the patient to go to the fire station? No?
It sounds like it's for them, for GFD to go to the residence. And they're
So as first responders, regardless of the call or location, the closest fire station or closest unit will be the first responder. Upon that final assessment, and depending on the severity of the case, the criticality of the patient, then we'll determine whether we do have that opportunity to wait for a dedicated transport unit, the COVID-19 unit, or if they're at a situation where life safety is of an immediate threat or immediate issue, then whatever first response units that we can get there, they will be transported expeditiously.
Mm-hmm. Where is GFD on vaccinations amongst firefighters and personnel?
Well, thank you for that question. So we have 231 total employees. That's firefighters, emergency medical dispatchers, as well as our non-uniform administrative staff and mechanics. Out of that 231, we only have 19 that are unvaccinated. Out of that 19, 9 of them have tested positive already. So presumptively they are immune already, or they carry the antibodies for the C19. But a total of 19 unvaccinated that we have currently. So that works out to about maybe 8% of our employees.
Mm-hmm. So what about the remaining 10? Are they going to be getting vaccinated because the governor has her mandate?
No, at this point, no. Some of them have very strong objections, citing religion as well, and other justifications, and that's as far as I'm concerned, that's well within their right. We do have our backup to that as far as policy is concerned, and that's to test them on a weekly basis as mandated by the earlier executive order, which I'd venture to say we were one of the first ones to implement mandatory testing since we did it since back, I believe it was August 9th, the first week of August, right when that EO came out. So, fortunately we were able to, speak with each of them and convince them of the importance of it and the bigger picture. And they've been, although, they have their strong opinions, they've been willing to work with us and do the weekly testing.
Okay.
And we're doing every part or everything in our power to make it as convenient as possible.
Yeah. You talk about a shortage, personnel shortages. Is there any word on a new cycle? Or
lots of word as we get every year.
Lots of talk.
What we do know as fact is the list or the announcement was closed January, February timeframe. And since then, the Department of Administration has been working with, I believe National Guard was one of them, and a few other locations to establish a testing site. Considering that we have over 1,000 applicants on a regular basis, that's the average. DOA is challenged with finding a suitable location, and then add to that challenge the COVID-19 policies that we're trying to maintain, right? It is a challenge to get all of those applicants through. So we're hopeful. We continue to press on Department of Administration. They are the ones who establish the list. They do the written test, physical examination, and give the overall points for each candidate before we even get to look at a interview list per se for the amount of fire recruits we might need.
Does it usually take that long? 8 months?
It depends. It's the priority of the government at the time. We know that GPD was very challenged. We know some other agencies also were before us, but it happens. So what we are doing, we're just patiently waiting, and we do know that I believe we might be the priority now to get us going. So we're just on a standby waiting for that list.
Priority now? Aren't you guys on the front line?
Yeah, we all are. GPD, our brothers in blue are also on the front line. So we're all with the same challenges.
Chief, was it? Did it? Because I know you guys are always ready, right? But there was this huge lull after the second surge last year, and then for it to just ramp up like that with the concerns about the Delta variant. How fast was that pivot for the department? And was there any time the guys and the men and women in GFD said, "Oh my God, this is happening again"?
Yeah, no, you're all over it, Chris. There was that lull, and that was, as we were talking earlier, that was about the time when we turned our other 2 transport units into regular response units, and then now we're at that point where we need to start having that discussion about picking those units back up. But this is what we do. We're first responders regardless. Again, we established an infection control officer and his team. That's our battalion chief at Choco and Captain St. Nicholas. And those guys, they go out on a regular basis and constantly fight that complacency with our personnel, going out to all the stations and educating and re-educating, re-emphasizing body substance isolation, personal protective equipment procedures, and then as well as making good assessments as standard operating procedures out there as they respond. So can we turn on a dime? Absolutely. We can definitely stand up those units right away and say it's dedicated to nothing but COVID-19 response and get those personnel who are willing to be on that unit on it. We've done it in the past, and I'm very confident we can continue to do it going forward.
I wanted to go back to shortage of personnel. Has that kind of forced you guys to, or has it forced GFD to shut down like certain fire stations?
Sure. Maybe not fire stations, but capabilities, a unit at a time. So I will tell you that just about every single personnel that we have is accruing irregular overtime on a regular basis, unfortunately. And that's how short we are. When you throw in, the obligations such as military or drill weekends, and then the occasional, sometimes it comes in threes, people going off for medical or wanting to take their kids to get them established in college. We try our best to balance our shortage of staffing with their morale and try to give them those little nuggets to keep them motivated. And so it is a challenge. It does ask us to shut down a unit or two from time to time. But we do have mitigating procedures. For instance, if we have to shut down a fire truck, then we add an extra duty to the rescue unit to start picking up more of the load, and then we end up sending a different fire truck to that location if it's needed. So fortunately, all our fire stations are trained in the same manner, and we can assist each other one way or the other to accommodate those shortages.
Okay.
But we do need personnel for sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Sound the alarm.
Yep.
Okay.
Right on. Thank you, Chief. You good, Bree?
Unless, Chief, there's any final parting
In closing,
words?
maybe you want to tell the community to chill out a little bit so you guys catch a break? Okay.
I try not to express too much personal opinion, but COVID-19 is still, it's still a phenomenon that we're all learning about, and it's constantly changing on us. And it's very hard to be a leader and make, on-the-spot decisions. But what's important is to make a decision and then take it from there. What we're seeing is, a decision was made, they put it out, maybe it wasn't liked, and then they changed the decision, and it seems to be getting better, right? So, it's going to happen. Sometimes you just got to do with what you know. And I've done it many times here in the fire department where we make a decision that might not be so popular. But after listening and hearing others' input, you adjust that decision or that policy, and then, all is good from there. And you continue to make it a living document or an ever-changing response to what's going on around us, because it's changing all the time. So, that's, if I had to send a message out there is to our community is stay strong, stay tuned, educate yourself, and just follow all the recommendations. And if you can, get vaccinated, within respect to your personal feelings towards it. So that's all I can say. But thank you. Stay safe, Guam.
Thank you,
Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Let's go to Mosa's next, guys. They got a really killer lamb burger there. I've dropped so many hints about this lamb burger. Have you ever had it, Bree?
I always get the Greek salad.
Yeah, you just salad. Okay. Eat your veggies. But we're coming back. Find out with Mosa's, because I remember we had Mo on last week.
I just want to add, I'm a big fan of the calamari.
Yeah. They got a great just cheeseburger, too. So we had Mo on last week, and she was talking about, and this was at the time when, Venue had announced they were going to start checking proof of vax status on Monday. And then so I remember Mo had said that she anticipated maybe having a little bit of a hard time with her patrons and checking the vax status. So we want to catch up with her and ask about that at 9:34. But we're going to take a quick break first, and we're coming back with more of The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Too late, babe. Surrender your body to me in your living room. Shimmy, shimmy, girl, give it to me in your living room.
I did have some comments on our Facebook Live, guys. Business owners are being harassed thanks to poor government leadership and a failed policy / executive order. Oh, tell us how you really feel. Robert Charferis comments, I'd rather they go back to curbside. Justine, Lou is hurting the very economy she claims she's trying to save. Tanya, even if you're vaccinated, you still have to mask up. Yes. Justine again. Thank you guys for your comments this morning. She puts, it's not just the unvaccinated that will stop going. People who support that we should have a choice could stop too. But Let me just start with this, guys. There's been a change, and Mo, I don't know if you know this, but the executive order, maybe you were up because you seem like you stay up late at night. There was a refined, they're calling it a refined executive order, which is great. That's some great spin.
I like that.
Yeah.
Refined.
Sounds
so beautiful.
Yeah, right? It's like sugar, right? So they refined the executive order. So this is the deal now for dine-in, gyms, movie theaters, booze cruises, all that stuff. Customers presenting themselves to any of these types of businesses can now self-attest and say, I am vaccinated. Yeah, so they can do that. You can also still show your Vax card, but there's a sign-in process. And then the big change is that if you have received at least one shot of the Vax, you're now allowed to go in and do the dine-in and all that other stuff. So according to this executive order, you don't have to show anybody your vaccination card. You just have to swear, okay? Grandma's grave, guys. Are you vaccinated? Have you received at least one shot of the dose? If so, then guess what? You are a free American. If you haven't had any of the vaccine in your body, same situation still applies as Friday.
Right. And if you working at any of these establishments, it's no longer required that you get fully vaccinated. But you do, if you don't get vaccinated, then you have to do the weekly COVID tests, just like the government of Guam employees in the executive branch.
Right. So those are the main changes that happened while you guys were sleeping. So let's get Mo on. Mo, were you aware of Mo says, by the way, Mo Amani. Mo, were you aware of those changes that were made?
Yes, as of about 8:30 last night, I became aware of it.
Right. And so I know that we had brought you on last week, and you were talking about how just based on who your clientele is, why you might have a hard time checking the vax status. So just how did that go yesterday for you guys?
I can definitely say that it was very, very frustrating. The process was a lot longer than the normal check-in. We definitely had a few customers that showed up without vaccination cards that we had to turn away. Some understood, some were very upset. We had numerous a lot of posts on Instagram and Facebook putting us down, bashing us, calling us, saying we're discriminatory against everybody, that they will never dine in our facility ever again, that we're a disgrace, and all of this stuff. Exactly why I don't want to read social media anymore. Because all the trolls out there. But
well,
yeah, it was very frustrating. I'll just put it that way. Since the beginning, both Sarah and myself, we've tried to follow the guidelines, the rules, everything everyone has ever given us. We've followed it. We've never had any violations. And we thought what we were doing was right and correct, because we have 52 employees that all have families, all have bills to pay, including myself and Sarah. And we worked, I'm not going to say any bad words.
Your butt's off.
We worked our tails off this whole pandemic to try to stay open, to try to keep our employees, to try to keep everyone off of PUA, to actually come to work every day and keep everyone, and we have, and we've also employed people because of it. And I just feel like this, I've supported our government through this whole thing, and so has Sarah. And this is finally a point that I'm a little fed up. I don't understand. I'm gonna try not to be emotional or try not to cuss on this radio station today, but it was very hard, very, very hard yesterday. We had a lot of put downs, a lot of people yelling at us, a lot of people yelling at our staff, which is not fair at all. We're just trying to follow the rules and stay open, and that's it. And us doing that, we got criticized very badly for it. And in less than 24 hours, this changed.
Yeah.
So it's like, I just feel that our government needs to have an idea and think about it a little bit before you put it out there. And then either stick with it and take the punches, but to revise something so strongly as it got revised is, it just made all of us small business owners that were following the government's guidelines, it made us look stupid, very stupid. And I'm very frustrated right now.
Well,
very frustrated.
Well, what about the changes that were made? Or is this something that you guys think works?
How does it work? So pretty much anybody can come in and say they've been vaccinated. We can't ask them for proof of it because they can self-attest it now. So how is this changing anything? Like I said since the last show that when I was on, that, you know, we'll follow the guidelines. There's no problem with that. But once you change stuff so drastically like that, where 1 minute you have to have a valid vaccination card with 2 shots, and then less than 24 hours, oh no, you can just self-attest it. Yeah. Well, now everyone's just going to, whether they have it or not, are going to say, oh, I'm vaccinated. And that's fine. But why did we go to this extreme to begin with?
Right. And if we went to that extreme because they believed it was the thing to do to help stop the spread of this surge, then why did they double back on it now? Does that mean that what they said in the beginning doesn't apply anymore? It's a lot.
Yeah. And the biggest thing for me is every time they've made a change in the government, we've always supported it and we've always tried to go and take the punches. We spent so much money trying to adapt and adjust throughout this whole thing, money that we didn't have to spend. And maybe for bigger companies that, you know, or corporations that have the money to throw around everywhere, they could do that. But to build outside dining, then take it back, then scale it back, then just eliminate outside dining, and then to not even give people the option to dine outside or inside with the vaccination cards. Like, I just don't think that this first executive order was well thought out at all, and it's obvious because it was changed within 24 hours. We're just tired. Tired of being toyed with, tired of being played with, tired of being harassed on a daily basis by people just trying to support our government, just trying to follow the rules, just trying to stay open. Yeah. We're just frustrated. We've tried so hard. And I know all these other businesses out there have too. And it's like, we're the ones getting pooped on.
So, you know, did you watch the video that the governor put out last night?
Yes, I did.
So when she said, I hear you, you know, I heard your concerns, you know, I feel you, you know.
Selective hearing.
Do you believe her, or do you feel like she's being disingenuous?
I don't know what to believe anymore. I really don't. All I know is that I have 52 staff, me and Sarah do, that are friends and families of ours that we know personally, that we hang out with, that we go to parties with, we go to birthdays with, Christmases with. This is our family. Like, the way we look at our company is very different than a lot of people look at their companies. And my number one priority is to keep my family and our business safe and keep all of their jobs and everything. And that's all we've been trying to do since the beginning. But throughout this whole thing, we've been criticized for some of the things we've done. And all we're trying to do is survive. Like, there's no instruction manual on how to run a business during a pandemic. But we've taken the punches and we, like everybody else, and adapted and adjusted to it. But if things are going to just keep changing every single time there's a spike, but not just changing, going backwards. Like I said last show, I think that what we should have done is maybe go back to 75% first, before we do this vaccination thing, because I knew it was going to upset and make so many people upset, because some people just don't want to get vaccinated, and that's everybody's right. I believe that's everybody's right. And I agree with them. If they don't want to get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated. But basically, this first executive order was pretty much telling people you can't work if you don't have your fully vaccinated card. Now, within less than 24 hours, okay, now you can, but you have to get a COVID test. And I'm just tired of going back and forth. Why don't we go back to the original way that we started? Go back to 75%. If that doesn't work, then go back to 50%. We're all about safety as well, just as the government is. But you can't just make an executive order and change it in less than 24 hours when it hasn't even had a chance to be tested to see if it's going to work. But now we just need somebody to say, hey, I got a vaccination card. That's all you need. We could have done that in the beginning.
Yeah.
So I do not see how this is going to help us in any way whatsoever. That's the bottom line.
Well, good morning.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah.
And good luck for the rest of the day. And what you're saying is kind of like what Kathy was saying from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, that these small businesses have been doing their part. They've been compliant, and people will be upset, patrons, but they ask for them to understand that small businesses like yours, they're just trying to survive. They're just trying to stay open. They're trying to comply. Nobody wants to be fined, the $1,000 per violation. And you're doing your best, and it just kind of, it hurts to hear you talk like this and hear about what your employees are experiencing through this whole, I don't even know how to explain it anymore. The refined executive order to the refined executive order.
The whole thing is, we may not have agreed with the first executive order 100%, but we understood it. We understood why she was trying to do that. We understood, the numbers are going up, the hospitals are getting full. We understand that. We're trying to keep our island safe just like everybody else is, but when you make a decision, you need to stick with it. At least stick with it for a little bit, or try it out to see if it's going to work or anything. But just to backpedal less than 24 hours, that's very frustrating. It's very frustrating for us when all these businesses put out letters to their customers saying, hey, sorry, you cannot come into our business anymore unless you're vaccinated. Getting calls all day at our restaurant. Oh, can we come in if we're not vaccinated? And then they blame it on us. And it's like, it's not our decision. If it was up to us, we would have rather went back down in the numbers and 75% and invited unvaccinated and vaccinated people in to begin with. We are like the least discriminatory company that I know of, and we would never try to discriminate towards people like that. I am the number one advocate of people should have the right to do whatever they want. I mean, not if it's going to hurt somebody, but I believe that everyone should have a choice of what they want to do with their bodies. But I understood what she was trying to do, but it just really made all of us look stupid.
Yeah.
And we probably lost a lot of customers over this. And I'm fine with that because of the fact that, I know for a fact that we did what we had to do, and we're doing what we have to do to stay alive. And if somebody has a problem with that, then I apologize, but I really don't care. We're gonna try to do whatever we can to stay open, to serve our community, and to take care of our employees.
Thank you, Mo. Well, we had a comment here. Nadia commented, "I'm going to Mosa's for dinner tonight."
Thank you, Nadia.
All right.
And I'd like to thank everybody that has supported us throughout this whole thing, because like the love we've had from everybody on this island, from all of our customers and guests that have also become family and friends to us, there's no way we could have done it without them. There's no way possible. I mean, to have a restaurant the size of ours to just be on to-goes 2 times and still make it through this, it's incredible to me. But that's the way our community is. Our community is very strong. We have some of the best people in the world on Guam, and we all usually support each other. And this is kind of segregating us, and I don't like it. We are one island and one people, and we need to stay strong together and stop putting down businesses that are just trying to survive.
Thank you, Mo.
You for having me.
Right, you got it, girl. Anytime. Yeah, you got the Zoom link. Come on in anytime.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bring it in. You're just here to survive, guys. Let's 1, 2, 3, survive. Right on. There you go. Yep. I think we're going to get a lamb burger now.
Yeah. Come on, whenever you want.
Thanks, Mo.
Good luck,
Mo.
Yeah.
Good luck today.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that you're going through this. And this show today, we saw it, it was about 7:20. You were on the road, but we took 3 calls in a row.
Yeah.
And people were they don't know. And I mean, we had grown men sounding hurt and confused on the phone because they just don't know what is going on. What do we do? Can I eat here? What do I got to bring?
What do I tell my kid?
Yeah.
What can they do? How am I supposed to act around my employer?
Right.
And I mean, we're trying to keep up too.
Yeah.
With
and I mean,
all of this.
And you guys hear the frustration in our voices. Like, we're not here, like, really not even here. Like, I want the governor and the team at Adelup, I want them to do a good job, because when they do a good job, we all benefit from it, right? Mm-hmm. But is it frustrating to get out information, especially when it changes, or you got to figure stuff out? Yeah, of course it is. But we're all along for the ride. So yeah, we saw that. You saw it with Mo, where these pronouncements are made from Adelup, and then everyone. I mean, if we think we got it hard here trying to figure out what the EO means and communicate it to the people, imagine being that small business owner or that individual who's maybe unvaccinated or half vaccinated or whatever, where it directly impacts you. It's Tuesday, August 24th, KUAM TV. It has been great with you guys this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching, listening, and streaming.
Yep. Appreciate it.
And we'll be back to do it again.
Yeah. We're going to hang out on Facebook, though, Bree. I'm going to hang out for a little bit on Facebook if you want. But KUAM TV, thank you guys so much. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.
Say, I love chicken fries. And they're going to give you another chicken fries just like that. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Good job, Jay. Joe, sir, good job. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, right here on The Link. Good morning.